estimates show that the project will cost only $1.2 billion. The statement comes as a heated debate has erupted over the JKIA upgrade plan after reports emerged that Chinese companies are expected to participate in its implementation. At the time, Badi announced that the debt Kenya owes to date is 12.84 trillion Kenya shillings.
I want to state, Mr. Speaker, that the current debt stock of domestic and external debt and debt to GDP ratio as at 2026 February is as follows. The stock of public and publicly guaranteed debt stood at about 12.842 trillion, which is equivalent to 69% of GDP as at the end of February 2026. The public debt comprises a mix of domestic debt is 7 trillion and external debt is 5.779 trillion.
And furthermore, Badi said that debts owed by county governments to the national government will be paid by the end of this year and that the May devolution funds will be sent by next week.
Whether we delay in disbursement, we have been really trying to disburse funds timelessly. With the exception, yes, I know this month, we haven't disbursed the month of May and June, but we are working around the clock to make sure that next week, early next week, we will disburse the month of May, and we will try from the Treasury to make sure that we don't close the year with any funding to the counties, the same way we did with the 24-25 financial year. And again, I'm sure counties will appreciate that previously it used to be worse. And you can see nowadays we don't have many press conferences, Mr. Speaker, from the Council of Governors addressing the issue of delay in exchequer releases.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Broadcasting worldwide, Spice FM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Twitter at SpiceFM KE.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used already and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They're being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same
and the
National
Senate,
Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
Because this is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts you came from Dubai and you found them they're already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament,
He admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said
the government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Members of parliament, they go to State House, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
We will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Imagine it's morning. Ngoja kwanza hizo vitu unasema ni nini?
Wamenibadilishia kiti.
Somebody did like that. Wewe Voke. Oh, chukua vitu. It's you. It's always you.
It's always Voke.
If you're looking for somebody to blame, it's Voke.
Voke. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, please.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
How are you this morning?
Good.
Could
be better.
After Wednesday, it's Thursday,
Thursday,
normally.
Yes. Normally it's Thursday. After Hump Day, it's Thursday.
Yes, it is. Normally, it is Thursday after Wednesday. Hope everybody's doing okay.
Yeah.
I've been informed duly.
Yep.
That you, myself, and Evelyn Mungai have formed the colors of the Kenyan flag.
Yes.
All right. Up, left, right. Okay. Where? See, Ghana played the game. No. Wait.
Okay.
I'm blaming 3 people this morning for my torment.
Okay.
You, Dennis Aseto.
What have I done?
Evelyn Mungai and Jesse Rogers.
Why?
Because you people told me to go and watch something. I'm traumatized. I'm scarred. I am unable to sleep.
You watched Joe.
What? It's over to me. We are going to hell. Huh?
Yeah.
It's not lost on me that he's called Gomorrah.
Yeah. Joe.
Bwana.
Don't worry.
Banange.
It's imagine they were just acting.
No. Films and
it's a depiction of reality.
My gosh. Anyway.
Let me tell you, I just watched the first 2 episodes and I was like, yo, I'm done. I just watched 2 episodes actually and I was like, there's too much adrenaline in here. But yo, gotta love music more. Hey.
Now that I've arranged myself and my brain.
Wajipanga? Nice.
Okay. You're fine?
I'm
Check.
fine.
If it's easier, check. Mutanu has even come today. Check. JB is wearing a very interesting sweatshirt. There's a message on her sweatshirt. If you can see it, you should see it. A very good morning to everybody and Karibu Sana. It's 6:15. Now that we have arranged things and things in place, other people who went to other counties this morning, welcome to Nairobi. It's good to have you back in the city.
Kikuyu has fresh air.
It does, doesn't it? It must be bitingly cold this morning, though.
It is.
Because the temperatures are actually dropping and it's getting colder and it's not even where it's going to be.
Yeah.
So weather patterns are changing. Guys, if you can, warm up, layer up, because you're going to need it in the next couple of weeks. This is my weather. I love it. Yes, I do.
I don't too.
I'm sorry.
I struggle in this weather.
Don't worry. For every struggle, there's a what? Or am I just making stuff up now?
Yeah, for every struggle, there is a way out.
Exactly, something like that. Let's just try and sound philosophical this morning.
Yeah.
Okay, it's Thursday. We're going to have a number of conversations. Some of those conversations are going to spill over from yesterday, and some of the things that continue to be front and center as per a social, national, governmental discourse. And so we're going to talk about those things today. So let me let you know what we'll be speaking about today. Thank you, everybody who's already tuned in. Yes, indeed, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and our audience on KTN. Thank you for joining us this morning. Dennis Tola said to Okoh in the Situation Room this morning. And as we're getting into it, our conversations today, some of them, yes, will continue to center around justice. Some of you were asking questions yesterday about, so is this a Justice Thursday conversation? It actually is. But it is a social justice conversation, and it is a national conversation at the moment. So we're going to continue with that. Well into Thursday. One of the gentlemen was referenced by Kwamchesi Makoka yesterday, and that's Wilfred Nderito, who's an advocate. You have seen him in different national and international platforms in terms of addressing justice issues. He'll join us in the Situation Room this morning at 8:00, and we'll still be talking about the road to justice, compensation for victims, and then what? What happens after that? And it seems to that should be the focus where we're addressing and saying, okay, so if you compensate, then what happens in terms of the administration and the application of justice? But before that, we'll have a conversation with Robert Mbui, who is the Member of Parliament for Kathiani, as well as the Deputy Minority Leader in the National Assembly. He joins us at 7, and we'll be looking into financing Kenya's budget when what is entailed in the finance bill comes to be. If you have been watching the proceedings of the National Assembly over the last few hours, you'll find that things have really heated up. My goodness. And I think we see some of those stories in the headlines today where folks are saying, no, come on, we're going to edit, re-edit, keep, not keep. But we're going to make sure that the finance bill, before it becomes a finance act, is something that are representative of the people. So it's been quite hot, but we'll hear from him in terms of what it then means going next. All right, then we're going to see that battery you've been telling us about and your vehicle.
Yes.
We'll talk about the right battery for your vehicle with the good folks from Chloride Exide at 9 o'clock. Charles Ngari is General Manager at Chloride Exide, and he'll join us at 9 o'clock for that conversation. Tawasau. That's what Thursday looks like, powering through the day and into the rest of the week. And we are in the Situation Room this morning. The Guinea-Bissauans. What do they have for us today?
Guinea-Bissauans are telling us, the drum sounds loudest to the one who carries it. The drum sounds loudest to the one who carries it or the one who beats it. So how would you interpret it?
Well, I guess you who carries, if it can be seen as a burden or a celebration, you who is carrying it knows just how heavy or how light it is. He who wears the shoe knows where it pinches.
Yes.
You cannot come and tell me that my struggle is a certain way if you're not the one abiding in the struggle. You can't. Neither can you tell me that I can be this loud or this quiet or this celebratory or this or my grieving should be this much, because you're not the one who carries it. So yeah, that's how I would see it.
Yep. And the people of Guinea-Bissau are called Bissau Guineans.
They're the Guineans of Bissau.
Yeah.
Okay. They're the Guineans of Bissau.
Yeah.
Now we know.
Guineans of Bissau.
Yeah. All right.
So I think you've just hit it on the head. My struggles are my struggles. For you to understand my struggles, let me tell you. Don't tell me how light or how heavy my struggles are. Be patient. Kimbelembele acha.
Get over it.
Nanin kwambie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Today I've promised God that I'll behave myself.
Okay.
Today, at least until 21 past. At least.
21
past 6.
Okay.
We still have a minute.
Okay.
It's your fault.
Someone said hi to you. Called Mr. Nasir Laji. He's a Kenyan Canadian. I had a meeting with him yesterday. Watches the show. Very great gentleman. Said I should say hi to you.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Okay. Thank you very much. How about Salimia? Watu wengine. Okay. Yes. Very good morning. Tell us where you're tuned in from today, and we say hello to you as we get into the show for today. But always great to just take a minute and then appreciate and recognize and acknowledge those who tune into the show this morning. Many of you who are listening silently as you go about your business today, thank you. As we do have these conversations that shape our existence, it's good for us to then always engage and plug in. And thank you for those who listen. You may not ever say a word, but you hear and we see you. But for those who also then send something for us to look into, Karibu Sana. Kiaria Peter says a very good morning and is tuned in from Mombasa. Minimize your kindness and generosity. The generation has no memory when okay, let me start again because periods and full stops are interesting. Minimize your kindness and generosity. This generation has no memory. When the giver goes broke, the receivers gossip and laugh. Stanley Gashi says, good morning. Greetings to all. Looking forward to today's discussions. Karibu Sana, thank you for being here this morning. Mark Mwangi is tuned in and says, good morning. The speaker of where at 70 asks a retired head of state 65 to retire from politics at a political event. Now that's justice, Kenyan style. Nimbaya. Wekelea mawe. Okay.
Mawe. Gotta love this country.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. You're at 70, but people should retire at 65.
Yeah, you're 70 years old and then you're telling people at 65 to register. They should do what?
Go home. Shut up and go home. Shut up and go home.
So here we are. Robin Bogos tuning from Western says, good morning. Bwangi Juma says, good morning, SpiceFM. How are you all this blessed Thursday? Have a good day. Boba Coco says, good morning, Nduh, Dennis and the Spice crew, listening from Kendo Bay. Bishop Desmond Tutu would have put it better. Forgiveness comes with truth, justice, and reconciliation, not money. He did.
Thank you. On the money. That's on the money. That statement is on the money.
Yeah. Hello, Princess Nduh and Aseto. Good morning to you, Leo. One of these days, Bunge will be turned into a wrestling ring. The shouting and name-calling is on another level. Sisi Nduh Sifuna was removed from the Energy Committee. Yes, he was. Replaced with Senator Kajwang. James Orengo says it's a power play. That there was no need for him to be removed. But, all of these things will play out in time. It will all come. Who sang that song? I'm telling you, there's a song for everything.
But can other members just be friends of the committee?
Why?
I think you can't be a friend of the committee.
Yes, you
just
can.
Show up, yeah.
You can.
So you can remove me, but you can't stop me from appearing in the committee and ask the relevant questions. Perhaps what you've just taken away from me is be part of the traveling and the caravan.
Yes. Plus, I can't receive an allowance anymore and all of these things.
But I can still.
But then I cannot
ask
form
my
and
questions.
I can ask questions, but you can't then. What your opinion will not then be used to shape and form policy. Can we all just play nice on the jungle gym? Clement Ochola says, hello, good morning from Malindi. Yay, Malindi. What was Malindi? Ile machine ya chapo. Don't annoy me this morning. Do you know what?
Let me tell you. That is a 2007 campaign plate.
Hakuna. Walisema. Chapo. We need to have seen Chapo somersaulting off the conveyor belt by now.
I'm telling you, you'll see people go to China and next to some conveyor belts telling you your Chapo machine is under manufacturing or under construction.
Do you know how many dreams and hopes have been destabilized and bashed because now the chapati machine is not there?
Don't worry.
Siku hizi hamuongei ama ochut dhubur. What does that mean? I don't understand. We were talking about the chapati machine every day. If that's what you're asking about. Good morning, Spices, says Joe. Tuned in from Abu Dhabi. Weak accountability, corruption, and political interests are often outweighing public service. We are fed up. Fed up. It is Justice Thursday. Happy Justice Thursday. Morning from Nairobi's Rahimtullah Omar. A very good morning to you. Drift Session says, where's Joe? We miss him. Okay, we'll talk to EVE. EVE, we've talked to you. So no. Done, dusted, finished. Mashari and Njeri says, good morning, Team Spice. And Dennis, Kenya has gone back to the 90s. The time of Mungiki and Jeshi Lamze from Portland, Oregon. Yeah. Nah. It doesn't really look good at the moment. Something absolutely has got to give. Boaz Naliania says, good morning, tuning from Kitale. A very good morning to you. Blessed day. Why do I feel like I haven't done something? Anyway. David Kaindi says, good morning. Mark Mwangi says, Nduh and Aseto. Yes. When I become president. Okay, here we go. I'll offer ye faithful servants 30 billion shillings to travel. Oh, come on. Where are we going? I'm enjoying this. When I hear travel and a plane ticket and a boarding pass, I'm ready to go. Pack my suitcase. We're done. Even now.
The only thing I need is just chartered planes.
Sindio, landing in the Maldives.
From one continent to the other.
Sleeping in Bali, waking up in Cancun. Those are the kind of things we're talking about.
English breakfast in China.
Wait, Mimi, if you get to
English breakfast in China.
I believe you can host a situation on a private jet.
Yeah.
Oga, you are the one who understands this business. You get it. So please hurry up and become president. Sawa. Yeah. Eric Awar says, very good morning. Very good morning to you. Edwin Juma is tuned in. Muscat is tuned in. A good morning. Aseto Nduh uko namnagani. Tuko salama kabisa. This delusional Bungarians, there's another word that I think I'm going to be using, will eat each other before they end their tenure. Greed masters. Woo, that's what it looks like. Parliament was lit yesterday. Dr. Van Vick says, good morning. Tuned in from the Blue Economic Conference in Mombasa. Have you seen Kate Walsh?
Yeah.
Sarah Kilonzi says, good morning. Team Spice, a very good morning to you. Oseno Mark is tuned in this morning. The sequence to procedure, reparation, or compensation should be truth first, yes, then justice, then reconciliation. When this is done, then peace shall prevail. All right? All right. Yes, we get it. Prince Calvin says, good morning, Team Spice. Removing Sifuna from the Energy Committee won't stop the revolution. This history repeating itself is like the area of Kanu's removal. Kimiak doesn't even tell us good morning. He just said what? Nothing good will come out of the Kenya Kwanzaa administration. Kimiak, good morning. Okay, take my good morning, Kimiak.
Good morning.
I hope you're well. James Kamau says, good morning from Texas. Yeehaw. Good morning. Dark Kevin says, tunataka power na chapati bas. You now have hit it on the head. Power bila chapati si power. Ama namna gani hivi?
Hey.
Ama?
Some power is equal to chapati.
Power is equals to chapati. Power bila chapati
ni powerless. Tumefunga mchezo. Now we know.
You understand.
Now we understand.
You overstand. In fact, you have overstood. Sheesh. Narens Kirika says, good morning. Nduh and Dennis Aseto, yes. Thank you for the great work you do every morning and for the positive conversations you bring. Your efforts and energy are greatly appreciated. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's really encouraging to hear that. Washoga Toto, where have you been?
Yes.
Good morning. Nduh and Aseto is what Washo is saying this morning. It's Thursday, a wonderful day that the Lord has made. We are not giving up on this country, kabisa. Munene. Good morning. We're watching live from Perth. So you're getting towards the middle of your day. Is the Ebola quarantine center being built in Nanyuki still? Well, something's happening. Raskodor says, good morning, Madam Nduh and Mzee Aseto.
Akomigori County. Where? But Kijana Aseto ako salama.
Kijana Aseto ako salama. I can confirm and attest. I never knew Oburu is the chair of the Energy Committee in the Senate. Watu wasiaya mkujie mtu wenu. Rebecca, we see you. Isakale say, yo to you too, man. Good morning. The streets may feel heavy, times may be tough, but we don't let the grind steal our shine. Keep the vibe alive, keep the faith strong. The future is still ours to claim. Kabisa. Isakale, a very good morning to you. It is so lovely to see everybody today. You know, and as we get into this conversation, we get serious at some times because there are things that we can't let slide without us at least engaging so that you know where you are. And now, of course, we leave some time for laughter and enjoyment. Sindo, for now, let's take a break and see what is happening in the skies and on the ground. And then we'll come and see what's happening in the headlines. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, so it looks a little cloudy in Nairobi this morning at 14. We will see a high of 23 and a low of 13. It's 11 degrees. And partly cloudy in Nakuru, actually quite chilly this morning with a high of 25. Same, we're looking at cloudy conditions at 13 in Njeri. We'll see a high of 23. It's 18 and mostly clear into Kisumu. Temperatures dropping all over the country, 16 and clear into Kakamega with a high of 28. It's 23 and sunny already in Mombasa. And we'll see sunny conditions through Malindi, currently at 25. It's 18 and sunny into Marsabit. While at 19, it's clear in Kampala, 22 and mostly clear in Dar es Salaam this morning. It's partly cloudy at 7 in Johannesburg, while Lagos is clear at 26. It's 17 and mostly cloudy in London. 29 and cloudy looking into Beijing, and Wednesday night in New York is mostly cloudy. Coming into Thursday, we'll see a high of 24 and a low of 20.
Chilled Spice. Spice up your life. Traffic update brought to you by Chloride Oxide.
Okay, if you're coming off the Thika Superhighway this morning, there is some traffic. It's heading out towards the city centre. It's a bit busy as you get right around the Pangani underpass. It's going to take you into the CBD. As you come off of North Airport Road, also we're seeing a little bit of something clogging up in both directions, in and outbound, a little bit of traffic here and there. Also, as you come off Mombasa Road, as you head towards the city, you're looking good. If you're going to take the diversion towards the southern bypass, you'll be taking the scenic route through to wherever you're going this morning. Somebody said, can I see a hippo in the national park? Well, I don't know. Take the southern bypass this morning and you'll see. A little bit of traffic is already starting to form on James Gishiro, crossing over towards Waiyaki Way, and we'll see some of that form on the Red Hill Link Road, heading out towards Limuru Road, and then all that traffic is going to do the roundabout and join back through towards the CBD. Okay, all in stride. Let's keep an eye on things and keep it moving this morning. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Traffic.
traffic update was brought to you by Chloride Oxide. Wherever the road takes you these days, stay powered by Chloride Oxide. Get total peace of mind on the highway with the premium Oxide battery range backed by a rock-solid 18-month manufacturer's warranty. Chloride Oxide, inside from Chloride Oxide.
Turn up the heat with endless entertainment on Star Times. Feel every moment of the action as the biggest leagues reach their thrilling finales. Recharge your monthly subscription to unlock a world of endless drama to enjoy Novella E, now available on your Nyota bouquet. Dive into blockbuster movies with the launch of TNT, your new home of big screen hits. And for the little ones, a world of non-stop fun on Cartoon Network, now on Star Times. News, sports, drama, movies, kids, and reality all in one place. All for you. To renew your subscription, dial *858# for self-service or get in touch with our call center on 0719 077 077 for customer care. Buy a Star Times decoder at any of our deal shops countrywide. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 26 minutes to 7 o'clock, Dennis Aseto.
Yes, bolingo nangai, motema nangai, ekotite.
Atwa itwe.
Atwa.
What?
Batoto ba Congo balifanya ile kitu ka Portugal.
Hapana cheza na DR Congo.
Hapana cheza, the Leopards.
Sapor futa.
Shapa futa.
Hapana cheza na watu wa DR Congo bolingo.
Dombolo ya solo.
Dombolo ya football.
Hey.
My friend. Thank you, DR
Thank
Congo.
you.
Sheesh. Hey. Portugal. Just be holding on.
At your goat. Where is he? Goat, where ya?
This football will have me.
Will humble people.
Where?
Don't joke.
Joke not.
Mm-hmm.
So, at 25 now minutes after we have celebrated DR Congo for doing the thing, and that was a sweltering goal by Ghana this morning, actually, in the other match that was played. This is how I'm saying this football now man picking to sleep, but we shall move regardless. On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, there is the CS FCPA John Badi.
Expert.
Sorry, please, I'm very sorry.
Yes, expert FCPA John Badi CS Treasury.
Thank you, please. You see that one? Tax bill rebellion is what is on the front page. The battle over the Finance Bill 2026 has escalated into a fierce political showdown after MPs mounted a rare revolt against key National Treasury proposals, diluting and rewriting measures expected to raise an additional 120 billion shillings. While the government insists there are no new punitive taxes, critics accuse it of bearing higher costs in technical tax provisions and pushing the bill through Parliament without adequate scrutiny. Really, the pushback reflects growing anxiety within political circles over the risk of reigniting public anger reminiscent of the 2024 Gen Z protests. Okay.
Clear throat.
You know what?
Yes.
I pray that this is actually members of Parliament doing what they're supposed to do legislatively.
True.
And not using this as a political tool. Whereas you cannot completely divorce the two, it would be nice if one was in front of the other.
Yes.
Whereby you're actually looking at the thing with scrutiny, you've read the thing back to back, and you say, you know what? No, certain things cannot be, or let's keep this, or let's, give the thing a haircut here and there. However, if this is because let me show you that I can tank this thing because we're on opposing political sides, then maybe not.
There's an interesting comment that a member of Parliament made in the House yesterday, that there is a specific provision that was there in 2024. The Finance Bill 2024 was removed in 2025, and it is back in 2026. When you just read that statement, then you go back to 2024, the very same member of Parliament voted yes back then. So then, why didn't they do due diligence then? That today is when you see these things.
Yeah.
Says a lot.
It does. Quite a lot. And that's just on page 1. All right. Major promotion reforms to see high-ranking classroom teachers. Okay. Okay. Teachers promotion overhaul, 11 current job groups, 9 proposed job groups, 2017 career progression guidelines under review, teacher 9 proposed entry-level rank, teacher 1 proposed highest rank. What will change? Well, classroom teachers now can rise through the ranks without moving into administration. They can attain the same grades and salary scales as administrators. Promotions, academic qualifications to be considered again, including master's degrees, PhD degrees. And the grading system is the current structure, B5 to D5. Proposed structure is now teacher 9 to teacher 1. So there were grading scales in the alphabet, you know, but now they're saying let's go from to numericals now. So that's what they're looking for. It will be very interesting because usually when promotions were had, they became administrative roles. But can you still get the promotion and remain in the classroom teaching? Okay, so let's see what comes out of that because it's been a long time coming. Let's see. KSG is the Kenya School of Government, and industrialist Manu Chandaria have signed an agreement to establish an institution in the honor of the late ODM leader Raila Odinga. That's a piece of news there. These people who do marriage, then they now say that they're not doing again. The judge has now said, excuse me, it is not death. It is not till death do you part. But is that not what we say when we are marrying? We say in sickness and in health, in rich and those ones, till death do us part. Till
you marry Joe.
Where? You will not persecute me today. Already, my nerves are on tenterhooks. So the story is... Justice Rosalind Abori yesterday used the Bible and the Constitution to dash a man's hope to keep his estranged wife. Anakusumbua utakana The judge leaned on Malachi 2:16. Do you know what Malachi 2:16 says? Observing that even the Bible recognized married persons can part ways, but indicated that God hates it. Sasa bibi anakuletea shida, unataka kumfukuza? Hapana. Sasa mimi kama, what is judge in Kiswahili? Judge. The judge said that although the Catholics view marriage as an indissoluble sacrament, the reality is that the Constitution provides freedom to either walk away or stay. She said the language of the Constitution only provides for a right to marry, but not a right to bind a person in marriage. Heart and mind are not identical. Spirit is not always the thought. The Marriage Act 2014 does not govern the state of spirituality or religious beliefs, she said, adding that it would be unfair to lock an unwilling person in a marriage that he or she does not want to be in. At the same time, she said, the Marriage Act 2014 is not written in mandatory terms, meaning that one could decide to stay or walk away from a marriage by filing for a divorce. She said, although there is a right to religion, the law does not allow religious beliefs to be entrenched in the civil law. Sasa vile umevao and you said death to us, but she's saying nah, si lazima kama nataka kwenda wacha aende
na hiyo ni maendeleo.
Yeah, some interesting stuff coming out of the courts, that's for sure. Just yesterday, another story that we saw where you're living with your wife and your mother and then you're complaining that your wife is complaining. Stop it. Go and build her a house or rent her a house.
Mother there,
wife there. You, if you want to be shut, you said you cannot leave your mother. Why did you get married?
Decide to go where you want to be, but wife there, mother there.
Gachagwa's son,
yes,
20-year sentence upheld by the court. We saw that coming out of the courts as well yesterday. And I'm just going to go over that really quickly because it already has political undertones. Ruto fiscal plan faces acid test as MPs poke holes in tax proposals. That, of course, is the explainer from the story on the headline. Finance bill fireworks, opposition government, MPs clash over taxes. This is what I was talking about. Sifuna now kicked out of the team chaired by Oburu. Isn't it interesting? The Energy Committee is chaired by Senator Oburu Oginga. The ODM Secretary General so far is Edwin Sifuna. He's in the Energy Committee. The leader of the majority in Senate is Aaron Cheriot. He was on the floor of the House yesterday and said with some changes. We're moving things around. Sifuna where? Out. Who in? Kajwang. Who's still the chair of the committee?
Oburu.
When is the last time Oburu was in Senate?
I can't remember. Okay. But tunataka?
Blue band. Oh, power. Walk the talk to save our oceans, leaders advise governments. Oh, no. He was in Senate last week when he was saying, Atuna pesa kulipa 50 million Gashagwa. We are poor.
We are poor.
Yeah, he said we are poor.
Atuna pesa.
He said the Senate is poor. Me, I'm not poor. Walk the talk to save our oceans, leaders advise governments. Okay, and there's a picture of people walking. I just thought that's interesting. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki walking with mining CS Hassan Joho and Mombasa Governor Abdul Swamad Nasir during the official opening of the 11th Our Ocean Conference in Mombasa yesterday. Kenya stares at acute food crisis as severe drought hits the grain basket. Oh, Lolo, God, I beg now. Give Kenya a break. So there have been floods. There's been flooding. There are parts of the country. Did you see the streets of Lamu?
Yeah.
People are basically swimming in the streets. And that's on one side of things, and it's very near the ocean, of course. What do they tell us? That with continued climate change, places like Lamu will be underwater in a very short period of time, looking at like 50 years. That's a short time. Kenya stares at acute food crisis. The grain basket, we're looking at the area going western northerly direction. And it's a big story here. It's done by Stephen Ruto and Osinde Obare, talking about the fact that their fertilizer shortages and high operating costs, they have worsened the situation that drought is going to apply.
You know what that means? If you are a farmer and you have to prioritize, so I need to buy fertilizer that is already expensive, the input is expensive, so you will scale down on the acreage that you're doing because also cost of fuel has gone high. So if you're doing 10 acres, because it's expensive, you will do say 5, cut it into half. That
your output is going to be lower. So there are people saying, why is Kenya importing food? Importing the food that you're going to eat. Do you understand? We're not importing things that you're going to sell, then add value, whatever. Importing food that people are going to eat, maize, sugar, whatever. That's why. Because you don't have enough to feed.
Yes.
Who was it that was here the other day talking to us about the same thing? So this is a big story here, and that these are the interventions that will be needed today. EACC concerns over increased sophisticated digital graft. Hey, God, I beg. So EACC sounding the alarm. David Oginde, chair, senior, the anti-corruption watchdog, has raised concerns over increased digital corruption as the new emerging graft trend gobbling billions of taxpayers' money inside this Kenya. All right. So now, I want you to arrange yourself for this next story. It is on page 10 of the Standard. Wanga. Gladys, the governor of Homa Bay, has been put to task by the Senate's Public Accounts Committee over missing 700 million shillings county hospitals revenue.
Oh, that's on-source revenue.
Hospital money. Hospital money.
Hospital.
It's missing 700 million.
Okay.
Apart from that, double door, I don't know if single, which one do you want? A single, double, or a triple pit latrine? Cost 500 plus thousand Kenya shillings. And, you know, she said it's normal. I don't know what's the going cost of a pit latrine.
Buanacho.
That's mbili kunam, it's double.
It's double.
One here, it's 500.
500,000.
Yeah. You even have a pending bill of 354,000 shillings on a pit latrine. A pit latrine, you have pending bills.
Wait. Pit latrine is the Kudun one, right?
Yes,
Doof. 500,000.
Yes. And they've not even finished paying the guy. So, in fact, Edwin Sifuna, I was wondering, if you have a pending bill of 354,000, how much did the thing cost in the first place? You have not, understand, you have not paid the guy to finish building the thing, but he has finished. It's complete. Are you getting where I'm going? I'm also there.
Anyway.
So, Auditor General says facilities collected 1.61 billion shillings, but Governor says it was 915.94 million.
I have a question. I have an ask.
Ask.
The documents that the Auditor General relies on comes from the county.
Yes.
So it is the county that delivered those documents to the Auditor General.
Yeah.
That means the county should have the very same documents.
Yeah.
Mchezo town.
Kabisa.
Mchezo town.
This is Mchezo 2 towns.
Mchezo town.
Yeah, 2 towns. Hey. Yeah, because how?
Hey.
So 700 million is explained. She said, nah, it's not missing 700 million. You, Auditor General, you got it wrong. And that's how where you're quoting 1.61 billion. I'm telling you it was 951 million. So you 700 million missing niwewe. You're the one who, in fact, you're the one who is missing.
You're the one who's missing.
Yeah, we can't find you. On the opinion pages this morning, Elias Makua talks about educating youth is not enough. Strive to get them jobs as well. Okay, and of course, there's this question there about whether corporal punishment should be reintroduced in Kenya. And so that's what the opinion pages in the Standard look like today. Get yourself a copy of the Standard newspaper and a copy of the Standard e-paper, standardmedia.co.ke, and see what the stories are getting into that. And of course, not to forget that shipping and logistics is something that you can look into. Somebody told us that there is no African shipping company owned by an African.
Nope.
Yeah. Standardization of regional coxswain training gathers steam. You know what a coxswain is? It's the driver of the ferry.
Oh, yeah.
Near night were coxswain.
Coxswain.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Over to you, sir.
Just swing the coke.
Where?
20 Daily Nation. Storm over secret 180 billion shillings JKIA deal. So it's not 180 billion. We're told it's 300 and something.
For what?
JKIA.
375 billion shillings deal.
So there is a storm over secret 180 billion shillings JKIA deal. Okay, let's just go through it.
How many JKIAs are there?
I don't know.
Okay.
Now, there's a row. After cancellation of a contentious project by Indian billionaire Gautam Adani in the aftermath of the 2024 Gen Z protest, the government is courting fresh controversy following reports of the award of a new contract for the expansion of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport to a Chinese firm through a process that critics say is cloaked in secrecy. Two sources within state agencies overseeing the procurement confirmed the contract was awarded this month and is awaiting expiry of a 14-day period within which dissatisfied bidders are allowed to challenge the process.
Okay.
Yes. So Stephen Mutoro is from COFEC and has established that the joint venture partner is owned by a man COFEC had already petitioned the court to bar from Kenya. So the person who was offered that is in court already and COFEC wants him out. Now Sheila Masinde is from TISA, and also key is full information on the financing model, including any debt obligation Kenyans are being committed to. That's a conversation we had together with Charles Kanjama, who says address concerns around full accountability and public participation, or we seek court intervention. As well as Okia Omtata, senator for Busia, says the whole thing is being procured in contemptuous disregard of the constitution. We are going to resist it. So in short, the new deal as well, iko wapi nenda? Kotini. Now Ruto tells G7 Africa will power future global growth. So President Ruto champions Africa's cause during meeting with world leaders, saying the era of exploiting the continent for its critical minerals is gone. Tuko na gold.
Ile ya
ya Kakamega.
Okay.
Kakamega. Sindio, tuko na gold Kakamega.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Ikolomani.
Yes, what are we doing to back that in terms of even our currency, our economy against that gold? Because we told that gold is worth how many billions? It's close to $1 trillion, I think.
Can I tell you something?
Tell me.
Just in a few minutes.
Yes.
So now you see this gold that everybody's shouting about. You're not going to sell it. It's a lot of it, right? But you're not going to sell it in Kenya. You probably want to sell it on the global scale.
Yes.
But guess what? Even though you have it, and these are, in my opinion, I think it is, you see now where President William Ruto, anybody else, even the Egyptian president, when you're having these conversations, and I do actually agree that President Ruto should be pushing about these unfair financial practices. This gold is another thing, because who are you? You have gold in your country. If you're going to sell it on the global scale, you have to be part of the big boys club in terms of standardization.
Yes.
So you bring it to us, we decide what we're going to do with it, even if the resource is yours. Those are the conversations that we should be having to distract some of these things. Distract.
To distract, destroy. Discombobulate. Tuvunje kabisa. Now, MPs are rejecting the finance bill as the public push to lower pay. Remember, there's that promise of anyone who's earning 30,000 and below, they were to not be paying pay, but that is glaringly missing from the finance bill. And Kenyans are asking, Bwana, promise ilienda wapi? What happened?
Okay.
What happened?
What happened?
What happened? Yeah, blame game heats up over school unrest, so parents should be able to go to schools and engage with administrators and teachers on matters affecting their children. Today, there are so many restrictions in school. That's according to Silas Obuhatsa, who is the National Parents Association chairperson. So he's insisting that parents should go to school and actually look at facilities that are there and listen to their children who are students as well. Now, tearful send-off for 2 Utumishi Dome fire victims who harbored big dreams. It was sad. When I was doing news yesterday, the girl from Turkana County was being laid to rest yesterday, and the mother just couldn't. You just look, no. It's gotta stop. It's gotta stop. We can't continue like this. If this has been happening from 91 and we still haven't found a solution, then we're sleeping on the job. So Kenya to host Africa's Anti-Corruption Research Center.
Oh, nice.
Yes, EACC Chief Executive Abdi Mohammed says, while technology has created unprecedented development opportunities, it has also introduced new avenues for concealing illicit wealth.
It has done what? Ango?
Created new opportunities for concealing illicit wealth.
Oh, yeah.
Technology.
It has.
It has, right? Do we have the wherewithal to handle it?
Yes.
I reckon we do.
Yes.
I reckon, because remember, money has digital footprints. If you follow the money, it will take you to where it has gone. Treat Africa as a partner, not beggar, Ruto tells G7.
I agree.
Yeah. President says continent has vast potential and needs genuine support to flourish. I reckon that conversation, African leaders must have that conversation among themselves to determine the level of even the gold that comes from the continent, how much it is worth in the continent before anyone comes for it. We are not having that discussion among ourselves, but unajua kuna a lot ya kusema, lakini hold your horses.
Yes, sir.
Hold your horses.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to page 8. Puzzle over Shah marriage rule for IVF. The principal member is required to present a marriage certificate for registration. Only identification documents are needed. Those affected should submit their pre-authorization request. So when the government announced that IVF treatment would be covered under the Social Health Authority, Anita allowed herself to hope. For years, the teacher had lived with blocked fallopian tubes and polycystic ovary syndrome, conditions that made natural conception impossible and left fertility treatment as her only realistic path to motherhood. The Shah announcement felt, she says, like a door finally open. Now, need for marriage pampers for teachers sparks confusion and debate over access to fertility care. So wewe unataka pata mtoto? Wewe unataka pata mtoto?
Usiseme mimi ambia hao.
Nyinyi huko kwa kona munataka kupata mtoto. Unataka tumia Shah kuja na marriage certificate.
Okay. Oh.
Bila marriage certificate, Shah will not pay for IVF procedure.
Okay. We understand.
Shah inataka mtoto.
Even the people who have come with the marriage certificate, has Shah paid for it?
That's the question.
Okay. Just asking.
Just asking.
Just asking.
Now, Ocean Forum, 14 countries agree to curb illegal fishing. Okay, let's see how that happens, because we know even in our deep waters at Lake Victoria, there are people there fishing and packaging fish and we are buying it back. Sinukweli. Political battle neither Kindiki nor Gachagua wants to own. So two key political rivals appear to be keeping a cautious distance from the front line of all Kalau campaigns. Gachagua hataki kuenda. Kindiki hataki kuenda.
All of them are there.
But everyone wants to win the seat. Okay. Why are they avoiding all Kalau? Ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Sani sana.
Angalia the Star.
Angalia, it's talking about MP's tax battle set stage for Gen Z Memorial coming up on the 25th of June. Of course, that was the day when many argue now, it's one of the most famous finance bills, unfortunately, marred by killing and death. How Kylian Mbappe rose to become top goal scorer in France? Well, I guess that's because he scored goals. I mean, you cannot become the top goal scorer by eating ice cream. I don't know.
You cannot become a goal scorer by being a ball boy.
Ama. So you have to score the goals. Then
you
can
score goals.
and you become the top goal scorer.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can get where the story is going, but Kylian, hats off to you. Kylian plays for United Africa, otherwise known as Les Bleus.
For France.
Les Bleus. Ruto's G7 diplomacy cements Kenya's place at the table of global affairs. I like this, I have to be very honest. I really like this. Because whether people want to say that he's been invited at the behest of France or, to come to be the lucky boy or the ball boy in this case.
If agenda is agending, we support.
He used the opportunity to say certain things, and it would be great if those were falling on open ears. But I keep saying, don't wait to be invited to the table. Build your own table.
Thank you.
ODM Chief Oburu draws first blood in Sifuna Senate power struggle. And of course, we see that. Wash then. Well, judiciary to blame as Kenya stuck in grey list. There's another list. Like Kenya is likely to remain under enhanced scrutiny for weaknesses in combating money laundering and terrorist financing when the Financial Action Task Force updates its list later this week. Oh, lolo.
The grey list. Terrorist
Sasa kwa grey list ni kama this report is saying if you were, it's like you were wondering, are we going to be removed? No. From all the indicators, it's like you will now be entrenched gidibam in that grey list. Hapo.
Please say Gidiba. Gidiba Farm Foundation.
Sheesh. Public service faces succession crunches. 26,000 officers retire. Almost 26,000 officers from public service are retiring this year. Excuse me, those of you who are 70 years old. Just saying. So I guess the solution to that would be that there hire people then, Amma.
Yeah. Start the process.
Surely. I'm sorry if I see things in black and white, but if you're going to face a crunch, perhaps this is where you need to have like a management trainee program to get into the public service so that as these 26,000 officers are leaving the stage in 2026, you won't now be telling us about crunch.
No.
You'd have been doing the things since.
If anything, right now, there would be individuals who are just ascending to those positions as now the new entrants, entry-level public servants are getting in.
Ama?
Kabisa.
Ama, it's me who is mad.
Sasa, kuna story hapo. Kenya among countries to receive Ebola disease fund. Finally. The Lord has done it. Finally.
The Lord has done it. Finally. It has come out into the open.
Pesa Ebola tutapata. You know why? Because we want to construct a facility. Because we want Kenya to be, I don't want to say a dumping ground, but Kenya wants to be a place where we'll be having individuals who have the disease. Finally, pesa imepatikana.
Kabisa, at 7 o'clock.
At 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Members of Parliament drawn from the United Opposition now claim the majority side pushed the Finance Bill 2026 through its second reading without adequate input from all lawmakers. Speaking at Parliament, the MPs led by Onesimus Ngoyo of Kajiado County or Kajiado North alleged that the Speaker rejected calls for a head count to determine who voted yes and who voted no. The bill, he alleged, advanced at a rapid pace, thereby limiting participation and undermining parliamentary scrutiny of key tax proposals.
The National Assembly is a place of debate. Why end a debate understanding of the 95 that you do not want us to debate any further? You want us to vote. We came to debate, to argue. If members of the executive represented here by the Aseto do not want a debate, why bring it to Parliament?
But National Assembly Majority Leader dismissed the allegations as a separate press conference.
Every bill that we legislate will have clauses, and therefore there is nothing that you ever superimpose on a bill. And it is rightful that anyone who purports anything is in a bill must point out where that is in the bill. Because what is in the bill can only come through an amendment, either from the committee report, and that is why we debate the bill supported by the committee's report. Anything else, unless as a private member, I want to bring a proposal. And none of them have brought any alternatives.
Here's at the moment the bill was pushed through the second reading during a heated parliamentary session presided over by Gilgil MP Martha Wangari.
I will therefore put the question. You do not need to guide the speaker. Do not throw hands to the speaker. Honorable members, I therefore put the question that the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 26 of 2026 be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
The finance bill now awaits the third reading stage, a vote by MPs and eventual presidential asset. The bill seeks to raise about 120 billion shillings to help the government finance its 4.8 trillion shillings budget for the financial year 2026-2027. The number of students at Nkare Nawawoa Girls High School has decreased from 300 to only 53. The school's headmistress, Alice Mbui, has attributed the situation to bad customs and traditions, including FGM and early child marriages, or rather early marriages in the area. She has urged parents to send their children to school to prepare them for the future, warning that this is very sad, and has urged parents in the area to encourage their children to return to school immediately.
Hapa ni mahali sina wasichana. The whole school that is sitting on over 100 acres of land, and with all the resources, I am only having 53 students. Geoba tuweze kusaidiwa, awe ni wa Engale Nairobi, awe ni wa anywhere in this republic. This is a boarding school, it is a C3 school. Mumulete hapa waweze kutumia hizi facility. Ningetaka to sensitize the community, kwa sababu unakuta kuna hawa wasichana in the community, they are not in school, wengine wanapeanwa for early marriages.
In 2021 population of course ilikuwa zaidi ya 300 kuelekea, lakini saa hii we are talking about 53 children in a whole institution like this.
And finally, KOTU Secretary General Francis Atwoli has supported the High Court's decision allowing contract and casual workers to join trade unions. Speaking to reporters, Atwoli said the decision protects many workers who have been long and represented despite being paid low wages while doing the same work as permanent contract workers. Atwoli says some employers have been using temporary contract workers as laborers and then paying them low wages, a situation that the decision will now help to rectify.
And those who are involved, because we have so many agencies, private companies that have hired people that they use them as merchandise, as slave trade to whoever wants to hire them, and then they are underpaid. You find that somebody who comes to your enterprise, or he has been employed where you are working, you are doing the same job, the same education you have, and this person is paid a half of what you are getting. And this has made employers to negate their primary requirement of making sure, to negate from their primary requirement of making sure that there is fair labor practices in our country.
That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used for everything and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They're being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 8 minutes after 7 o'clock, you are in the Situation Room this morning, the 18th of June. Wow, it's the 18th of June. At 8 minutes past 7 o'clock, I didn't even come to that realization. But this is where we are. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and our audience on KTN. We continue into this conversation. Nduh and Dennis with you this morning as we get round some things that we must talk about.
Now, we always talk about systems on the Situation Room.
Yes.
But I want to talk about a system that powers your vehicle, your high-end tech-savvy vehicle.
Chloride.
So, go with me.
Okay.
Massage seats.
Chloride.
Excite.
Excite.
Right? Massage seats.
Chloride. Excite.
Heated steering wheel.
Chloride. Excite.
Heated seats.
Chloride. Excite.
Working sunroof.
Chloride. Excite.
Automatic doors.
Chloride. Excite.
That's exactly what you need to buy to power your vehicle, because you need the right battery for your vehicle. It is not about just buying any battery, because you might buy a battery and you're going through Ngong Forest and you get stuck because that battery decided to do what? To go kaput there. So when you talk about you buying this battery, it does not just come because you've bought a battery, but it comes with 18 months warranty. So think about 18 months warranty and what that does to you. It is a surety that Chloride Exide, who have been in the market for over 60 years, they're telling you, we know exactly what we are giving you and you can put our money where our mouth is. Tunaongea kutoka mdomoni kwa sababu hapo ndio pesa iko.
Okay.
So if you want to get a battery that matches the vehicle that you have, you spent millions because you have your LX570 with soft closing doors, my friend, Chloride Exide and the Matrix Exide is where you need to be at. Unangoja nini?
Hakuna.
Ununue tu Chloride Exide.
Today's the day.
Today's the day.
We move.
Kabisa.
The Member of Parliament representing the constituents of Kathiani is one Robert Mbui, and he is in the hot seat this morning. Weshimiwa, good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Hey, it's fire. I like your composure.
They say if you can't stand the fire, get out of the kitchen.
Yes.
So the person who is feeling too hot right now should step out of the kitchen.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's get into it, because now suddenly all eyes are peeled on Parliament. But before we get there, let's Dennis tell us about a proverb, and he'll tell you where it's from, and maybe ask you what you think the people from that country are called.
Yeah. We are in Guinea-Bissau. What do you think the people of Guinea-Bissau are called?
Wow.
Kenya, Kenyans. Ghana, Ghanaians. Uganda, Ugandans. Guinea-Bissau.
They can be guinea pigs, so...
Okay.
They're called Bissau Guineans.
That's
Yesterday we thought it is Guinea-Bissauans, but now we've been corrected. Now, one thing that stands out with Guinea-Bissau is the fact that it's an archipelago. So they have over 80 islands that makes the country unique to what it is. But in Kenya, you see hippos, Lake Victoria, maybe you go to Tana River, freshwater bodies. But in Guinea-Bissau, they swim in salt water. Wow. Unique things in Guinea-Bissau. But the proverb we get today, the drum sounds loudest to the one who carries it. The drum sounds loudest to the one who carries it. How would you interpret it?
Well, first and foremost, it's literal, because it is true that it sounds loudest to the person who beats it. But then I guess in our context, because you have to always interpret things from where you are. So what would that mean to this regime of ours, that maybe even when they are proposing all these bad things and the lies are being told around them, they're the ones who are believing the lies more than the rest of us. So I think basically it means that the person who's nearest to whatever the source tends to be the how do I put it? It's complex, but I guess what I've said would explain my understanding of it. Yeah. That if you're the one in the middle of any matter, your understanding might be very different from the ones outside. Because when you're there where the lies are being cooked, you believe them more than the person who will receive them after several parties. Just like the person who's far from the drum will not hear the exact same beat as the person who's nearest. So in this case, I think Kenya Kwanza are creating lies in their boardrooms and think that we are going to digest those lies.
Because we are far from the lies.
Because we are far, we are far. We know
far from the center.
We are far from the center.
Well said, well interpreted.
Very well interpreted. Okay, so let's look into it. The Standard is calling it a tax bill rebellion. And we've seen that in Parliament, and it's interesting because across the National Assembly and the Senate, there have been certain things that are coming up. But we know that at the end of the day, the National Assembly is then responsible for legislation. And this is one of the big ones, that whether this finance bill will become Finance Act, and that will then spur things on. July 1st is coming real quick. But that in the House yesterday, there was speaker after speaker, well, not the speaker, but, members of parliament who came out very clearly to say certain things cannot go. They've been called punitive taxes. They're accusing the finance bill, or rather the Treasury, of bearing higher costs in technical taxes, pushing the bill through parliament without adequate scrutiny. Let's go overall before we go into the details, that there seems to be quite some dissatisfaction, and when it comes to legislatively, members of parliament seem to be showing their teeth now where it comes to, we will reject this if you don't fix this. So it's not throw it out, it's fix this. Where does it sit with you as the leader, as the deputy minority leader, of course leading in some of these debates? Where is that?
Yeah, thank you. Now, first and foremost, maybe we need to look at Kenya from history. And, we've had very contentious bills, brought to this house by this current regime. So unlike previous years, the scrutiny has become more thorough. Because from 2023, when they really, really burdened Kenyans, it has forced us to be, to look more critically at it, whatever proposals they bring to the house. And you remember 2024 when the same regime brought some, very punitive tax measures. And what happened is that members of parliament, in their usual, laissez-faire and relaxed manner, insisted on passing them, even despite our objections, because they say let the minority have their say, but the majority have their way. So they had their way. Unfortunately, and this is one of the things that I keep asking members to be wary of, when Kenyans, in their numbers, went to the streets and said, now enough is enough. We're not allowing Parliament to be the one that is holding brief for us, because under Article 1, they can take over their rights. The same president who had been pushing that agenda, withdrew it in full glare of media, and the same members who had been the ones fighting us and passing it stood up to cheer him. And I said, what a contradiction. What a problem we have as a country. When will members of Parliament stand up to be counted? Now, and there's some things I even want to get out of the table early. See, the other day when I was making my contribution, I think I must have touched a raw nerve.
Is it?
Because when I started my contribution, I said they are draconian. I said the bills are punitive. And I think that when I said they are, a knee on the neck of Kenyans, so Kenyans can't breathe, I think now that one, that was a straw that broke the camel's back. So they decided that the honorable member for Kadhiani will not speak.
Yes.
Now, you see, in parliamentary debate, the bills go through 3 steps. The first one is what we call the first reading, where the clerk just reads the bill and says this is a bill of an act of Parliament meant to do 1, 2, 3, and then that's it. Then the second reading, where now members will debate. Having gone through the bill, now you debate. What are your views about whatever is contained in the bill. Now, every member has an opportunity. You'll be given maybe 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Sometimes we shorten the time to even 3 minutes. But everybody gets the opportunity to make a contribution. Now, at the end of that, and you see, there are those that will be proposing, and there are those that will be opposing. I mean, even debates in schools are simply done the same way. But you see now, what they decided is that they'll make it impossible for us to be able to contribute, and the easiest way is to interrupt constantly, which is even against our standing orders. But you see, when the person presiding over the assembly at that time is leaning towards one of the sides, clearly you can see in the actions that they will take. So constant interruptions are allowed when I was speaking. And therefore, that meant that they are eating into my time. I have 10 points I want to address. If you take half my time, then I'll end up addressing 2 or 3.
So, and on the record, which is the Hansard, on the record, it would be that, well, you only brought out 2 issues.
Yes.
And so those are not substantive enough to move a particular motion. Is that what we're saying?
And to let people know why am I opposing the bill? Because a student said I am opposing it. So if you constantly interrupt me, it means I don't have the time to articulate what I would like to. And therefore, what I had planned to say will not be said. But what they will do is this. They will stand up and, like what the majority leader did, is say, you tell us a clause. Now, I want you to understand this. This bill, the finance bill, is 124 pages. It is, and you can imagine if some of the pages have like 5-10 paragraphs. So we are talking almost 1,000 paragraphs. But over and above that, note this, that the finance bill is never read alone. You read the finance bill against the Tax Procedures Act. You read it against the VAT Act. You read it against the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act. You read it, there are other acts of Parliament that are being amended. You see, the finance bill is a conglomerate that puts them together and brings tax measures for the country for that period of time. So it has a lot of other laws. So for you to start quoting a clause, you would have to pull out the other acts, and then it will take you time. If you have a 124-page document, I mean, unless you are still a student in class. And this is not like the Constitution. See, the Constitution is a document that you interact with all the time. So I can quickly just quote that this article is found here. But this is a law that is not easy. It's not like any other law. So because it keeps changing, it keeps shifting every year. So for someone to tell you, quote the clause that says that, it means that if you start looking for that clause, your time is running. So you say quickly, no, let me withdraw this so that I can prosecute my matter. And then they quickly, and I'm very happy because they quickly pick that and say, oh, the honorable member was lying. Yet what I said is that there is taxation on mitumba. It is there in the bill. It is there in the bill. And then they proceed further, excuse me, they proceed further to even explain it. The chair of the committee explained it. The leader of majority explained it. The people that are in that industry went before the committee to give their grievances and their complaints and to ask for the favor they were seeking. And somebody says, no, tell us. And they will run around saying, no, this team is lying. The people who are cheating Kenyans is the Kenya Kwanza regime, and in particular the team that is now supporting this finance.
I mean, Robert, you're bringing in something that is very critical, because I'm looking at the leadership of the House, where then the Speaker is a referee pretty much, who's supposed to be bipartisan,
yes,
who is supposed to ensure that every single member prosecutes their matter before the floor of the House and is heard and supports their arguments on the floor of the House.
Yes.
But here we're talking about where every member is bound to a specific timeline to prosecute their matter. And there is a lot of distraction through standing orders, which again goes against the standing orders. Where then is... How then are members of parliament able to prosecute their matters where there is no fairness in the prosecution of the matter?
You see, that's a tragedy, and that's why some of us, like when I said this, you know what? I can see these interruptions are eating into my time. So for me to proceed, I will withdraw and substantiate later. But then they'll run around with that and say, no, the honorable member, deputy leader, confirmed that he was lying. I mean, and Kenyans can read the bill. It's on clause 31. The bill is there. It is published. It is online. So, and even if sometimes even I find people a bit. Even if you Google, because there are all these AI tools that interpret these things, they will indicate to you exactly what the position is. So I feel that sometimes the House is held hostage, and now. When you now finish your second reading, and my argument is this: if a member is on their feet contributing, listen keenly to what they are saying, so that you can have a counter argument when you get your opportunity. Do not keep interrupting, because then you make the debate very, very cheap. If we have to stand there, in 2015, I was among the few members that were fortunate, I would say, to be given an opportunity to contribute to the business laws. The business laws bill, which is now an act of parliament, had I think the document, I don't even know the number of pages. The document itself was like almost 10 times or 20 times what we are seeing as a finance bill. Well over 1,000 pages. And those of us who were given opportunity to contribute were told to contribute for 3 hours. So each of us got 3 hours to contribute. So you can imagine within your 3 hours, if you've been given 3 hours because the content is that voluminous, and then someone tells you, no, you tell us which clause that one is. Can you imagine going to that document and starting to read through to look for a clause? So I think sometimes it's just mischief how they operate. Now, what happens is that after you finish your second reading, you will put the question on that matter. Then you go to third reading, or rather, you go to the committee of the whole House. The third reading is just a confirmation that the bill is now law, and members will now just vote for it. But in the committee of the whole House, you go through that bill clause by clause. So the matter of tell us a clause, that is a matter that comes on committee of the whole House, which I think we are starting today.
Is it a time wasting? Is it a time wasting tactic?
Yes, that one I was saying to quote the clause. There is nowhere in debate that you're supposed to be quoting clauses, because these clauses we are addressing them today in the committee of the whole House. So we'll start from the first clause up to the last one. And so at this point then we will discuss every one of these items and what it means, our interpretation, their interpretation, our dissatisfaction, their satisfaction, and at the end of the day, we will put it to vote.
So that's why, and that was important, I think, for you to then explain why the first reading takes place, why the second reading takes place, and the third reading takes place. Because the understanding is that during the session of the first reading, this thing where people are saying quote the clause, all of that would have been understood as to where certain things are said and the manner in which they're said. So in debate, there would be no reason for anybody to quote a clause. Okay,
I'll give you an example. I mean, a member would stand up on their feet, when they are debating the finance bill, and we'll talk about the budget, and we'll say, we are raising, we want to raise 120 billion. Others would say they want to raise 90 billion. Now, if you stand up and say, show me where it is written, it's nowhere. It's nowhere. It is known that it is intending to raise this much money. It is also known that we are raising money to support the budget. So there are certain things. So when it comes to debate, you open up so that people can speak their facts. I mean, I would have even told them that this finance bill is taxing Kenyans' basic needs: food, clothing, and shelter, and demonstrate. This government will even tax oxygen. And even you told me to substantiate, I can look for the law that deals with carbon credits and tell them that is how they're stealing from us. So it is possible for a member to articulate any matter, as long as, because we also have parliamentary privilege. But then when they want to play mischief and they want to delay you and to deny you an opportunity to contribute, then they will stand up on points of order on every sentence, everything you say. And it happens to me a lot. Watch, anytime they see me on my feet, everybody stops what they are doing on the other side to watch and to wait for an opportunity for me to say something they disagree with. In Parliament, you're not supposed to agree with me. What I'm saying is not supposed to be making you happy. I'm telling you what I think, what I believe, so that when you get your chance, even if you're the majority leader, whoever you are, wait for your chance. Then now you can say, now the honorable member say this. These are the facts. You give your facts as I give mine. And then when we meet in a committee of the whole house, we can go through clause by clause and we interpret it together.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, Robert, you started by pointing out what happened in 2024, where the House passed the finance bill at the time, 2024. The president become an act of parliament. But then again, we find ourselves today pretty much on the same position where many Kenyans are asking, as this bill is presented on the floor of the House, do members of Parliament know exactly what is entailed in that document? Or are many just supporting it because our party leader and our party say, this is our bill and it must pass? Because if it went to the president, he rejected it and we clapped, yet we were pushing for it to pass. Did we really understand the details in there? Are we likely to look at the same situation this time around?
Actually, now you just confirm that, the interesting thing is that even those things that are punitive, the members that will vote for it are aware. They know. And the thing is, what you've just said is a fact that the parliament has been captured by the executive. So the executive wants something passed. If they want to pass a law that we hang our mothers, we'll be the only ones saying, no, this is not right. Because there seems to be something that happens when you're in government. I don't know why, but there seems to be a tendency for Parliament to believe that anything that comes from the executive is okay. Now, the purpose of Parliament is to oversight the executive. Together, whether I'm in minority and you're in majority, we are supposed to do the same job. That is what the Constitution, how it defines us. It actually puts us together. But even in the US, it's the same thing. You find that those in the majority side or on the side that is forming government will always support government agenda, whether sometimes the government agenda goes against common good many times, because there's some raft of tax proposals that you look and see these things are going to hurt a certain cadre of people. And you have concerns about them. But just the fact that you're on the side supporting the government, you want to pretend or close your eyes and let it be. So I think it's an issue of you have voted probably, and I want to give them credit for that. You have voted in UDA. President is UDA. He says he gave a manifesto, so you feel you have to support it. But there are times when it becomes punitive to the people you represent. So you have to make a choice between the people and the executive. Because the governments are formed to try and take money from all of us. And if any government is allowed, they will take everything. They will even take your salary and give you a small change and tell you survive on that. The rest of the money we need it to build roads and do all sorts of things for you. But what even annoys us mostly is that much as the government in Kenya take a lot of money, you still find yourself paying for basic services You know that you should be getting if you're highly taxed. Kenyans are highly taxed, so you expect free medical care, you expect free education, you expect all our roads to be in good shape, you expect our education to be, So basically, there's a lot of stuff that is not getting done right because the money is taken and it is lost.
Right.
I did be in a situation, and I want to say I did be in a situation where even after you're taxed, you can see how your taxes are working for you. Then maybe even the resistance that we have would be would be less. But you tax us excessively, you are borrowing excessively, and we are not seeing value for that money. And that's why we have to have a fight with them.
So some of these arguments or some of these debates, factors of this debate that we saw yesterday, and I guess you'll tell us what we're likely to see today, is that they're saying, okay, well, they're not saying toss the folks who are registering opposition to this are not saying toss the whole thing out completely, but they're saying that there are some things that come on that don't make sense, that some of these are punitive, and that you should be able to either reduce the number or dismiss an issue, an increment here or there, or a tax that doesn't make sense. So basically saying rework this thing so that the people that we represent can then live a little bit easier in the country. What is the likelihood that some of these arguments against some of the factors within this bill will actually be taken into consideration and then reworked? Because today is the 18th of June. This all should kick in by the 1st of July.
I think they want to finish it today.
How is that possible?
All indications are that this thing most likely. I mean, the reason why when the majority says that they want to. The majority side says they are proposing that we have a sitting today morning, and they say priority government business. What is that? I mean, it's I think, and then it's already in the order paper that the finance bill will actually be tabled for committee of the whole house. So you can imagine you finished debate yesterday, and it was finished prematurely.
Yeah.
I mean, the house had over 50 members queuing to contribute to this motion. And then one member wakes up, is very notorious for that, wakes up and says, and whatever article in the standing order, we ask that the mover be called to reply. That basically means stop debate, let's vote. And so we say, no, let's continue the debate, because let's hear as many opinions as possible, so that by the time we get to the tail end and make put it to a vote, Kenyans have had the different opinions. You can say your bit, we say our bit. But you see, when people are scared of the truth coming out, they will be in a rush to put the vote. Because you don't want people to hear the opinions. Or at least I had over 20 members still queuing, waiting to give their version of their understanding of the bill. So they're looking and they're saying this, wait a minute, so-and-so hasn't spoken, so-and-so, these people, when they speak, they're going to poke holes in this bill. So the best thing to do is hurry up the process. And like I said yesterday, because we went to castigate that action, and we said, members of parliament, Kenyans are paying members of parliament very well. Very, very well. Kenyan members of parliament are very well paid.
Yep.
And everybody knows, every Kenyan citizen knows that. Why then would you go and abscond your responsibility of debating? Because Kenyans will want to hear you and see what your opinion is and see what you stand for. So two things happen. One, you deny Kenyans an opportunity to hear your opinions when you quickly rush it to a vote. And secondly, you deny Kenyans an opportunity to know how you have voted. So it's an acclamation, and then it's over. People want to know, how did Mbui vote? They heard me, yes, they know I opposed. But there's so many members that they don't know whether they supported or opposed. Now, because they want to, and this is normally the trick, and it's good for you to know, because they don't want to go on record as having supported, so that when they go to their villages, they can go and say, me, I didn't support. So because they don't want that, they would rather rush the process. And that's why they waited until they looked and saw we were not very many in the house, on my members on my side, and they quickly asked for the mover to reply. That meant that even as we stand to force a division which requires over 30 members, we are around 30, 31. And then the head count is done by I don't know who did the head count, because the easiest way to confirm the number, because we are seated all over, we are not together. Some members, one member at that corner. We could have just simply said 1, 2, 3, and then we get to the last person and say this is a number. But somebody purports to have counted. You're told, no, you are 14. The next minute, no, you're 27. As long as the number is below 30, so that we cannot have enough to force a division, that was the intention.
That was and that was what would carry the day.
Yes, because, I mean, I've seen this happen in the past. You pass a finance bill, and I'll tell you about the 2023 finance bill. It introduced something they call e-teams. E-teams, which is a system of, invoicing, electronic tax invoicing system, which means for you to trade with any business that pays taxes, you have to be registered under e-teams. Now, farmers in Moranga had a meeting with the members of parliament then and KRA. And KRA told them, you know what, you're all supposed to register so you can sell your avocado. And they were up in arms. The members said, no. Come, wait a minute. This is not what we passed.
But how is that on the ground?
Imagine. And that is exactly what I told them on the floor of the House. So they don't want to hear opinions.
Came out to play later. Okay, I want to take a quick break and then to come and hear then what are we going to see will happen if we're saying that government business essentially is going to be rushed today to then essentially finish with this. Then what does that mean for some of these key provisions for which the debate is arising? The Honourable Robert Mbui is with us in studio today. We're taking a quick break to look at what's going on with traffic. We'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Traffic update brought to you by Chloride Oxide.
All right, taking a look. It's into the city this morning and traffic is actually starting to build up quite some this morning. We are into traffic hour. Jogo Road heading towards Landis is starting to pack up as you get towards Wakulima and then through towards Railways and then out onto Harambe, onto Haile Selassie through towards Ngong Road. So that's busy. It's also very busy on Wayakiwe as you come up from James Gishuru, crossing over to Red Hill Link Road. Quite some traffic here as well. You're coming in on Limuru Road as well and then into the CBD. Heavy traffic through towards Westlands, out on Poponi, and so that all looks really busy. Coming in from Gigiri and then through towards Rangari Mathai on one side and then out towards Museums on the other side, it is busy. Yes, we're in traffic hour. We want to keep things moving. Talk to us about where you might find some good space to move, or if you're stuck somewhere, let us know as well, and we'll let you know what's ahead. Let's talk SpiceFM, KEONX hashtag, The Situation Room.
Traffic update was brought to you by Chloride Oxide. Wherever the road takes you these days, stay powered by Chloride Oxide. Get total peace of mind on the highway with the premium Oxide battery range backed by a rock-solid 18-month manufacturer's warranty. Chloride Oxide. Inside from Chloride Oxide.
Turn up the heat with endless entertainment on Star Times. Feel every moment of the action as the biggest leagues reach their thrilling finales. Recharge your monthly subscription to unlock a world of endless drama to enjoy Novella E, now available on your Nyota bouquet. Dive into blockbuster movies with the launch of TNT, your new home of big screen hits. And for the little ones, a world of non-stop fun on Cartoon Network, now on Star Times. News, sports, drama, movies, kids, and reality all in one place. All for you. To renew your subscription, dial *858# for self-service or get in touch with our call center on 0719 077 077 for customer care. Buy a StarTimes decoder at any of our deal shops countrywide. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversations continue this morning with the Honourable Robert Mbui and looking at what, again, we're looking at the tax bill rebellion, where folks are saying, but so we often ask questions and we ask, so what are members of parliament actually doing? Why can't we see that the folks who are in a position to legislate, then it seems a bit difficult. And you mentioned a situation as we went to the break where then it seems as though might be the problem. If there's one person sitting in the corner over there and there's another one here, it means one thing: the house is not full. and that there are very few who are debating something as important as this. How then do you get to the place whereby you don't have overwhelming numbers to then push for certain things into legislature? How have you dealt with that challenge? Because it seems to be that's one thing that we have here. And what's likely to happen today, Robert? What's likely to happen if some of the antics that you talk about being played out yesterday might continue today?
Yeah, let me first clarify that the House wasn't empty. I mean, there was quite a number of members.
Yeah, there were. Yeah,
there were quite a number of members because it was really an important bill, and in fact, I can confirm that at least 20 members that were waiting to contribute that were queuing. Now, what happens is that the speaker's screen is not open to the public, but you can walk to the clerks and see.
Yeah,
and you can see the number of members. I mean, even the speaker who was officiating at that time kept saying, "My screen is full." That means members have queued, and for it to be full, that means it would have to have over 50 members that are visible. And still, despite that, somebody decides that we have to close debate. So sometimes it's not that members are absent on that, but on this particular one, members actually did turn up.
Yes,
because they were keen to contribute. But I'll also say there's a number of members who also want to avoid to be in the House under such times because, one, they, I guess, feel compromised because they want to support the government agenda, but they don't want to oppose the government agenda on the floor, but they don't deep inside support it. So you find the number, I mean, out of 349 members, you might, yesterday's motion was taken with about 50 members in the House. Now, ideally, if the debate was to take it to go to a logical conclusion, and this is what you should do. I mean, as a House, I mean, if I was to officiate over the House, I would make it clear that as the debate proceeds, that we are headed towards the tail end. So let's prepare ourselves, because we will probably be doing the voting in the next 1 hour or so, so that you prepare members. And if you look at other parliaments, they do that. This business of ambushing, members, I think it's a Kenyan style for the Kenyan executive. So it's not a worldwide practiced thing. Most other members worldwide know the time upon which they'll come to do their voting. So it's only us who members have contributed. It is 12:40 and it's almost lunchtime, and they say, well, as the debate proceeds, let me go have my lunch and come back, maybe have a meeting in the office and come back by 2:30. And then immediately you leave, somebody rises and says, let's stop the debate and let's now put the question on the whole agenda. And it is taken like that, simply in 10 minutes. They've already passed an important bill like this with 50 members. This one, the quorum was there. But I feel that it would have been fairer that we do such a motion and such a question is put when the House has at least 200 members. We don't need to have either a standing order that supports that or even a constitutional requirement, but it's just good practice. It actually shows discipline that we as a country can actually pass laws in a manner that shows confidence to the people that elected us, that we can be in the House on such an important motion, and then each of us are willing to stand with our decision. So we are willing to go to division and vote yes or no in the full glare of the public. So why do you want to your vote not to be known by the people that send you to parliament? I want the people to know my vote every single time, and there's never a time that my vote has not been known, because I will first articulate my position. I will say I support or I oppose. And then where possible, because some of these bills are not controversial, where there's a controversial bill, I'll make sure my voice will be heard. And that has happened throughout, even when we were in the handshake government. And former President Uhuru introduced an 8% VAT on fuel. I was deputy leader of the minority. I opposed the proposal and voted voted to oppose it, because I felt that the people that sent me to parliament had already expressed themselves to me that this thing will hurt them. And you know what happens whenever you increase the price of fuel. It's happening in Kenya now. So I said I would oppose it. So I think sometimes members have to understand that we also have a responsibility over the people that have elected us. And that's why it's important that as we take a vote, let the House look, and that's why you've said that it looked empty. It's true, basically, 50 out of 349 is what is
a fifth.
Something like that. Yeah, it's a fifth, actually. No, it's a seventh.
It's a seventh, actually.
It's a seventh, yeah. So I mean, look at that, and we are saying we are legislating, and we are.
I mean, Robert, and when you look at the bill at the moment, some of the contentions issues that do exist in there, like rightfully you said earlier, you talk about Mitumba, mobile phone, inputs in manufacturing. There is granting KRA powers to get into your details as well. You look at reducing punitive compliance penalties, that is on the side of KRA. And with all these issues that are being raised, are we likely to see these forming the major part of conversations today?
Yes, actually, I'll say that the Committee of Finance, because we also have representation there. Yes. They have put up a spirited fight, our members, and proposed quite a number of amendments within the committee. And we are also proposing further amendments ourselves so that we can, and I said they will oppose our amendments. They say there's no tax on Mitumba. We are going for even all the other, even import duty. We'll go for it because they say there is no tax. You know, I mean, the minute you start a war, be ready to fight till the end. So we are going to say that we remove those taxes, because if you just say there's no tax, yet it is there, it is in the document. So if you've started that fight, we go all the way. The president said that people earning less than 30,000 shillings should not be paying any taxes. Yeah. And it is nowhere in the bill. You know, is somebody supposed to ask me where is that clause? Everybody heard the president. So, and it's a finance bill that makes real any promise that has a tax issue, implication. So if the president did say that people earning less than 30,000 should not pay taxes, we are supposed to amend the income tax, the schedule of pay as you earn, so that it reflects the same. But we have not. It is not there.
Why wouldn't that be done?
Because these people are they're very good at fake promises.
So
the
what
promises
you're saying,
will be given, and then when we say we want this in the bill, you'll be asked what clause. The president spoke. He didn't quote a clause. He spoke in public. Every Kenyan had.
And there are people who are banking on that promise, of course, to not be taxed if they earn under 30,000 shillings.
Of course.
And the only way that this can actually become a reality is if it is in the law.
Of course, that is it. And we've said that. We'll propose it and they will reject it. I know. We'll be saying, for the first time, we'll be saying yes, they'll be saying no.
You know, but there is an explanation that has been given that by the time the president was giving that promise, the proposal already were in place, and that the cabinet secretary, together with the majority leader, I remember that statement. They said they would work around it and see to it that is achieved. But like we've rightfully just established, that can't happen without putting it in the law and addressing the tax measures within the law. That everything else that is being said is Kenyans being taken for a ride.
Of course it is. Okay, I'll admit it is possible that they can come to introduce another law later to make that adjustment. But this is the law that makes adjustments to tax matters. It is the same one that increased the pay as you earn to 35% in 2023. So why is it suddenly not the same law that you can use? And already it is undergoing public participation. Yes. All you have to do is, as a committee, is recommend and put it there. If the executive actually wanted to give relief to Kenyans earning less than 30,000, they would have done it. It is just like that. They would have just proposed an amendment and given it to the committee, and the committee would have actually proposed it as one of the amendments. But I'll tell you that there will be quite a number of amendments on the floor of the House that will try and get rid of some of these things and create clarity in some of them, because there's also a lot of ambiguity in the manner in which some of these things have been drafted, and the arguments and the counter arguments really sometimes you look at it and you wonder whether it is just semantics or it's real. You know, that when we say they've imposed a tax on non-resident rental income, and they argue that there is no new tax, but if you read the law, it actually says that. So and then the increase on excise duty on phones to 25%. and they will argue and say, oh no, we've changed to somewhere else. We are trying to restructure it. But then when you look at this, it says that this will be implemented upon activation of the phone. Even the logic and the system behind it, I don't think they can explain, because this is something borrowed from places like the US. In the US, you don't go to a phone and buy a phone. To a shop and buy a phone. You actually buy a phone from phones are connected to the service providers.
Yes.
So in the US, you go and walk into a Safaricom or a Telcom shop or an Airtel shop. That's where you find phones. In Kenya, you go to the streets of Nairobi. Majority of the shops are selling phones. So how does that shopkeeper reactivate that phone there? Kenyans will just walk in, buy the phone and walk out with it. KRA should tell us, how will they do if you go and buy a phone? How will they now come to tax you the 25%? Because they're saying it's not going to be taxed.
Activated.
So how do they charge you? How do they... You don't activate it at the shop.
No, you don't.
You can buy downtown. Are you going to activate it with the character who's selling it to you there? You pick your phone, you go, you just confirm that it's working. Then you go and put your SIM card at home. Now... activation is actually the when you put that SIM card. You don't have to. So how will they even collect that tax? So there's a lot of things that they can't even explain themselves. So we've tried to clean up, and we'll be proposing amendments as we go on. We'll be debating with them, and where we can see eye to eye, we will. Where we don't, we will oppose them, and we will fight.
But when you're on the floor of the House and you're making your submissions, you've been given your time, and perhaps you are opposing a clause here, and there's still distraction that we continue to see. How do you go around it? Is there a possibility of prosecuting the matter and not being able to air out your views?
Yes, but the beauty is that once you're recognized by the speaker, your mic is the only one that is on. Okay. So basically what you say will be heard, and it will go unanswered. What the others will be shouting will not go unanswered. But of course, it's a very sometimes very chaotic situation that you can be in when you're introducing something they don't want to see, or you're opposing something that they are supporting. So sometimes it gets quite unruly. Yeah. I mean, yesterday got unruly when members even the whole of that vote was taken when the House was disorderly, which basically meant that no business should take place.
Yes.
Because the minute the House is disorderly, members are on their feet from both sides of the aisle, and they're walking around the mess. All sergeant at arms are protecting the mess. How then do you conduct business? And everybody is shouting. So I thought to myself, you show Kenyans a lot of drama. I mean, why would you pass it at that time? Why not just say, let's go for lunch, let's meet at 2:30. We prosecute this business when we have cooled down. But the attempt to rush the process means we don't care.
I hear you. But is there any give in this that we can say, okay, do you get to the point whereby both sides can agree that this actually should be removed, or this should be kept, or this should be edited a little bit so that it's a little bit more, consumable for people? Because at the end of the day, this is for people of Kenya. So I'm really keen to understand what then the process is for today. Or is it just a rush thing? Let's see, if you have an argument, doesn't matter, we toss it out the window, but we're going to conclude this today no matter what? Or is there actually an appetite to see that the things that are being argued and debated on then are implemented? Because then the last 2 days would have been a waste of time.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. And in fact, I want you to, Kenyans should watch what happens today in Parliament, because every clause will actually be read out. And where there is amendments proposed, they will be discussed, they will be mentioned. Everybody who has a proposed amendment will be given an opportunity to prosecute it. So Kenyans should listen keenly so that the arguments and counter-arguments can be heard. So that at the end of the day, once we are making a decision on that clause, then Kenyans know what we have agreed on. If we were to decide to be decent with each other, we can actually do that process seamlessly. And we, I can assure you, my team and I are not going to be, unruly in any way. We're going to attempt to push through the amendments that will help our people, and we are going to support any amendment that is that takes away pain from our people, and we are going to oppose any proposal that imposes excessive taxes on our people. At the end of the day, Kenyans must know that this finance bill, even though the majority side wants to paint it as very rosy, and they are trying to sugarcoat it, the intention is to raise more revenue from Kenyans. The intention is to tax you more. That's what must come out clearly. So we are looking for those areas where they are taxing you more. And we are saying, you don't have to tax us more. You are the ones who have come up with this excess budget. You should have cut the budget, cut your cloth according to your size. When you have a budget with a whole of 1.1 trillion, how do you run a country that way? So for us, and then you keep borrowing. They got into office and said if you're in a hole, stop digging. They've dug themselves completely underground. I mean, you can't even see them anymore. So for us, we will try our best, and we hope that today will be a decent day. The shouting, I hope, doesn't continue, because at the end of the day, also what happens that all of us, even whether you're on the side that is opposing, supporting, it also sends a message about us as a house. Yeah. And like you just said during break, I mean that it's an embarrassment to the country. The house becomes a laughingstock, and this parliament will probably go down in history as the worst ever since the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution. So I can tell you, I've been in the first two and I'm in this one, and I can tell you there's a huge difference. So I think how we manage ourselves today will send a picture to the Kenyans. And I want to urge my colleagues, let us be decent with each other, and stop innuendos and lies and castigating each other for nothing. Let us interpret the law as it is written. Yeah. Your understanding and mine might differ, but let's have mutual respect.
Yeah. We want to ask the question: what's the rush in concluding the matter today? Can this be allowed to go further beyond today for better understanding and dissemination of the matter at hand? Because you're talking about a serious document that needs time for proper execution. Why rush through it today?
There's time, because I mean, the month is right in the middle. Another week or so would not hurt anybody. Yeah. And I can tell you that that yesterday at 1 o'clock is when we put the question. Yes. Yeah. And today we are supposed to have drafted all our amendments, and I mean, and you are looking at all these laws. You have to look at your VAT Act. You have to look at your income tax. Your income tax. You have to look at tax procedures so that you can know how to deal with KRA and what they are proposing. So all those within a span of you start the debate at you finish the debate and put a question at 1, and in the morning of the next day there is an order paper having the committee of the whole house and amendments already proposed. So that means our amendments, most of them, will be blocked out. Yeah. So we will try and even present them even on the floor, because I mean it is possible that you if it makes sense, the speaker can allow. We'll take our amendments even to the floor and hope that they accept them and we move together, because the only proposed amendments that can really have found their way within that short period would be the ones that were proposed by the committee, which were drafted. They started this business long time ago. Yes. And so they proposed their amendments when they were meeting with the public. As we have finished debate, and it's only now that we can know what is it you had proposed. And you also need to know what they have proposed as you come to propose yours. So you don't know their amendments. So how do you because you might be proposing an amendment in vain that they've already proposed. So it's okay, it's better to support the amendment if it does what you want it to do. So I think the rushed process is one of the gimmicks. I don't know what they are scared of, but maybe they don't want this to be on the table when the anniversary for the Gen Z revolution comes. That is 25th of June. Already. So they want this done and dusted and forgotten. I think that's the intention.
Well, it's interesting because it's very clear that this will definitely not be forgotten. And as it goes back into debate today, it's like wait and see. It is important because it's how the country will spend its money in the next year. The Honourable Robert Mbui is the MP for Kaviani constituency, has been our guest this hour. Thank you for being here with us. And good luck as you start the session this morning. We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Asante Sana, good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Kenya and Africa have emerged from the G7 summit in France with the tangible gains across financial architecture reform, critical minerals, infrastructure, health cooperation, and global governance. State House spokesperson Hussein Mohammed has said that the summit marked a pivotal moment in Africa's engagement with the world's leading economies, building upon foundations established on African soil. Mohammed said the most significant breakthrough was the progress made on the financial architecture agenda, a course long championed by Kenya and Africa. He noted that the summit advanced discussions on guarantees, risk-sharing instruments, debt reform, and concrete measures aimed at reducing the cost of capital, the single largest impediment to invest and economic growth across the continent. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja has issued a stern warning to gangs in the country, saying the criminal activities will be completely eradicated. Speaking during the inauguration of a new administrative building at Kiamumbi Police Station, Committee Road, IG Kanja said the police department is upgrading its digital system to simplify services to citizens and reduce corruption. Kanja reiterated that anyone involved in gangs will be held accountable as an individual gangster, regardless of the group they are affiliated with. In addition, the IG advised the public to report any criminals to the police through internal communications to control gangs as well as deal with hooliganism that causes chaos at political rallies.
Nimesema maneno ya goons and guns. Hiyo sisi kama jeshi la polisi ya Kenya hatutakubaliana na hiyo kamwe. Jana nilikuwa na maofficers wote wakubwa ya mikoa yote, the regional police commanders, the formation commanders, and the county commanders. I had a conference with them so that they can be able to get it straight from myself. I, the Inspector General, did direct all of them that they must deal very firmly on matters goons, on matters criminal gangs. Hiyo mnaniunga mkono? Si ni kweli? Lazima hiyo watu wanasubua wananchi washughulikiwe na wachukuliwe hatua kali. Si ni kweli?
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has rebuffed criticism from opposition leaders regarding the government's handling of security matters. He argued that former leaders who served in highest standards or levels of government lack the moral authority to lecture the current administration, citing their own poor performance in office and the progress made under President William Ruto's leadership. Murkomen highlighted significant improvements in the security sector under President Ruto. He specifically mentioned better alignment of enforcement practices with constitutional standards and enhanced protection of human rights. He urged Kenyans to evaluate governance based on results, asserting that the administration had demonstrated progress in managing national affairs. A memorial service is scheduled today for the former Kilgoris Member of Parliament Gideon Kanchela at Nairobi Baptist Church in Nairobi from 10 a.m. The funeral service will later be held at his Olalui home on Saturday. Kanchela, a retired lieutenant colonel and former legislator, passed away after a distinguished career in public service and leadership. The family described him as a devoted husband to Hulda Kanchela, a loving father, grandfather, mentor, and friend to many. Friends and relatives have been meeting daily at Nairobi Club from 5:30 p.m. for prayers and funeral preparations. And finally, Jubilee Deputy Party Leader Jeremiah Kioni has defended Fred Matiang'i's presidential bid, alleging that supporters of the former Interior Cabinet Secretary are being targeted within the party. Kioni said there was a growing inconsistency within Jubilee Party over how political endorsements are being handled, claiming that some members were being intimidated for backing Matiang'i, while others openly support rival presidential candidates without facing any action. In a post on social media, Kioni questioned what he termed double standards within the party, saying that some National Executive Committee members were openly endorsing other presidential hopefuls and associating with rival political camps. Kioni maintained that his support for Matiang'i was consistent with defending the party's ideals, insisting that there was nothing wrong with backing the former Interior Cabinet Secretary as Jubilee's preferred presidential candidate. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubag.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 9 minutes after 8 o'clock, our conversations continue this morning, and thank you for keeping it in the Situation Room. It's a part 2 of a conversation that we started in earnest to look into some of these things, but it's also part of a conversation that's happening at the national level, and we'll let us know into that in a bit. But you're powering up these conversations for us this morning.
And I'm powering the conversation by using a battery for your high-end vehicle. You know, you need the right battery for your vehicle, because nowadays you want to navigate from point A to point B. You want to leave Nairobi, go to the Bundu somewhere in the coast, and you need navigation that works. That means you need power. You need battery that would be able to ensure that even when you get to coast, your AC is working, that your sunroof, you're able to operate it because it is hot there, right? You need your cooling seats to work. And all that Chloride Exide is telling you through their matrix Exide that they are able to give you a product that you can trust. Because remember, they have been in the country since 1963. So in terms of age, Chloride Exide Kenya, same WhatsApp group, right? But remember, the battery does not just come as a battery. It comes with guarantees from the manufacturer. They're telling you it comes with 18 months warranty. So that is 1.5 years for you to know that you are using a product that will take you in the long run. So go get yourself that battery because you need the right battery that matches your vehicle.
Absolutely.
Instant power performance, Chloride Exide.
Use that battery to get you on the road. And our next conversation, interestingly enough, is the road to justice.
Yes.
And so that conversation is also being powered this morning. Wakili Wilfred Nderito is an advocate and he joins us this morning. You've seen him many a place and you've also heard him. He joins us in this conversation this morning to talk about compensation for victims. And then what? Wakili, good morning.
Good morning to you, Nduh.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you.
It's our pleasure to have you here to then be able to discuss some of these pertinent matters. Started to delve into the conversation a little bit and, of course, taking into what's happening in terms of a national discourse, but then also national interest and sensitivity, then what happens after that. So thank you for being part of the part 2 of this because then we can really get into some details. But before we do that, Dennis is going to welcome you with today's proverb.
Yes.
As you are in the business often of interpretation, this should be easy for you.
We are in Guinea-Bissau. We just established the people of Guinea-Bissau are known as the Guineans of Bissau. So it is an interesting country because it is an archipelago made up of 80 islands, and they have hippos that swim in the salty waters of Guinea-Bissau. In Kenya, you just go to Lake Victoria, any freshwater lake, and you'll enjoy our hippos. Theirs is different. They love salt water. But let's go to the proverb. The drum sounds loudest to the one who carries it. The drum sounds loudest to the one who carries it. How would you interpret it?
Interesting. I think there may be perhaps 2 ways of looking at it. One way is whether the drum is playing to music. And if you are carrying it and drumming it and you enjoy the music, then it will sound even louder than it will sound to others. But on the other hand, if you are hearing it and it's disturbing you, then that presents a totally different scenario. So that you find that the one who's carrying it will bear the brunt of what they're doing. And I would want to just look at that now in terms of real life situations. And sometimes people think that they're playing the drum very, very hard. But and they seemingly enjoy it. But they end up having to bear the brunt of that drum that they're playing without going into too much detail. I think you get the drift.
Wow.
That's a new way of looking at it.
Absolutely. An interesting way of looking into it. Well, thank you for that. And I guess that we're going to quite some interpretation as we have this conversation today. Because whereas it is a social justice matter, it's a national matter, and that also involves people and the ones they loved and those who loved them, as well as property that they had spent time, money to acquire that has been damaged. But it also goes beyond that, and it talks about a trend that has been very present for time. Yesterday, we were met with a bit of a reality to the fact that compensation or even trials for certain clash or protest activities 13 to 18 years later have not been decided upon. So what is to then state that this current one then will happen? So those are some of the intrigues that we get into. But what does compensation mean beyond the money? And should you pay the money what happens next?
Okay, I think compensation, first of all, we need to look at it in context. That it's a means of trying to redress a wrong that has already been committed. So in that sense, we're looking at a compensation happening in the present, but the wrong happening in the past. The wrong is historic or historical. And what that means is this, that when you're redressing a wrong, the first thing is that there has to be promptitude. You cannot say in March of 2015, as was said by former President Uhuru Kenyatta, who was deputized by the current President Ruto. You cannot say that there will be a 10 billion shilling fund that will be set up and would be accumulated over a period of 3 years. And then 2015, 2026, that's 11 years. Nothing has happened. And that now, in fact, doesn't look like it will ever happen because it then related to other violations, not the ones that are targeted with regard to the current to the current initiative to compensate victims. So what does that mean? It means that the victims of the post-election violence, for example, and I say this pretty much straight from my heart because I did act for the victims at the ICC.
Yes.
They have no hope of being compensated. But even closer, if you look at the people that suffered in other situations, then again they would be left out. I do not know, or I do not understand what the magic is for 2017, because there really need not to be any special magic regarding that. And I'm saying this again, of course, with a lot of difference to those who have suffered after 2017. I'm not trying to play down or trash their plight because it's absolutely important, but it's really just as important as the plight of those others who had suffered before this cut-off date. And so my hope is that in due course, the government will think about expanding that pie.
Okay, even as we talk about expanding the pie and compensation being given to those who have suffered injustices, there is the other conversation where by the time anyone is paying, it's an admittance of a mistake, of a wrong that has been done, that you will pay me for having lost a loved one, but that will never take away the pain and has not brought me justice that I rightfully do deserve. So is the compensation that we're looking at today has been equated to blood money? Can we pay and not offer justice at the end of the day?
Absolutely not. We must start where we must start, if I may put it that way. And where we must start is first to acknowledge the wrongs that were committed. After we acknowledge the wrongs, the violations, sometimes the word wrong sounds wrong because it's a bit too soft when you're talking about deaths of lots of people in circumstances where they ought not to have died whatsoever. So acknowledgement is the first thing. After acknowledgement, then there is apology. I do not understand that there has been any apology made by the government at all. And the president had a unique opportunity on Monday to make a public apology to the people. Most importantly, the victims, their families, and then also to the country at large.
So what he said did not equate to an apology to the people. He said that, he was sorry for the actions that were taken by police, and that he then made a commitment that he would never again give an order where something like this then would be the resultant effects of police being on the streets.
Let's look at this in context.
Okay.
Monday was the first working day after Friday. What happened at the All Saints Cathedral?
On Friday?
On Friday?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are we able to sincerely say that, say, the president was sorry, the government was sorry, when all these things are happening? Where has been, or where has the National Intelligence Service been? It's not a coincidence that there were goons that were sent to All Saints Cathedral. It's not a coincidence, if you ask me, that this giving of compensation, which is being said to be given within 1 week, I think now 3 days have gone. We expect another 3 or 4 days. I don't know if the weekends are going to be counted. If they're not going to be counted, then where will it be falling? It will be falling to Wednesday next week, which would be the day before the second anniversary of the Gen Z protests. I think there are very serious questions about that. And especially if you look at the forwarding note by the chairperson of the Kenyan National Commission on Human Rights, Miss Clarice Oganga.
Yeah.
You will see that the forwarding note is dated 5th of May. And so, in short, everything was ready as at 5th of May, and then we wait until the 15th of June to say we are compensating. And then back to the question of an apology. I learned at some point in time that there is a difference. Sometimes it looks subtle, but I think it's there, between being sorry about something and apologizing about something. Apologizing, in my view, is taking the driver's seat about a situation. And the taking of the driver's seat, again, should not just be sitting on the driver's seat, but ensuring that one conducts things properly. So what I'm saying is that I do not understand that there has been an apology. And in fact, people have come out. There is a lady who was talking about her child on TV. Very distressing to, when you see what she is saying, you listen to her, and she is saying the government basically just give me its back.
Yeah.
What?
Like you said, there's nothing that can bring back a life. And of course, as we come towards there's, like I said in the beginning, there's a string of events that then would make you question whether compensation is actually authentic in its genesis. Is it bowing to public pressure that then says you must do something about this? Because the chatter was about, and the rumblings had begun as we got closer and closer to June, and then getting closer and closer to June 25th, and people are saying things have not changed and we're going to go back. We are going to remember the blood on the streets, the bodies that were piling up, and all of this, because people were exercising their rights. Because that's the premise of all of this, isn't it, Wakili? That people were exercising their rights to then be able to process against something that they felt was not going in the direction in which it ought to. But if we are going to say, looking into similar threads, how far back then should compensation go? 2007, Wagala massacre. When we talk about Truth and Reconciliation Commission, how many resolutions of commissions have not been actually followed over time that would sway people to imagine that even this compensation would actually not happen?
Well, I think the answer lies in, first of all, coming up with an independent body. You cannot be the violator, and at the same time, you are the do-gooder.
The fixer.
The fixer. So, first of all, even questions of trust between the victims and their families vis-a-vis the government are still there. The victims, as I understand it, would be comfortable having or seeing people who are not handpicked by the government and who are not involved in government in any way, and who would come and do their job in very much the same way as other countries that really want to move forward have done. Having an independent Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation Commission. South Sudan has gone even farther. They've got, I think, 5 different aspects that they're looking at in terms of their violent past.
Okay, we look at the honesty that lies in there, and you look at the Gen Z demos in 2024, many were killed. After that, you go to the Nani demos as well. A few were killed as well. The following year, the Gen Z anniversary as well. There were killings that we saw again. And then there was the formation of broad-based government that then was supposed to quell things up. That was politics now being played to address the already existing problem, but no one really spoke on the justice that needed to be given, because even in the 10-point agenda, the matter was there. But even with that broad-based government coming together, the actual matter of justice for the victims has never really been handled until date. You talk about the fuel prices demos as well that happened just the other day. Again, Kenyans were killed during that protest. And while the president would come and say, I will never again give an order to shoot to kill, and someone just asked the question, does that point to him having given an order for Kenyans to be killed, which is against the law? And what happens to he who gives the order and the command responsibility that he needs to take as the president for giving such orders? These are the kind of conversations that we should be honestly having, if at all we are saying that we need to stop these once and for all.
Yeah, it saddens me when admissions like those are made so casually. Actually, to me, this was very, very casual. Oh, a friend of mine told me this. And because my government, my people did A, B, C, D. And so be it. That I mean, I'm not wishing criminal justice process, international criminal justice, or even local, because when the president leaves office, perhaps there may be questions he may have to answer before a court of law, now that we have an International Crimes Act, which was not in place in 2007. But I think there would have been better handling of that situation. Perhaps not even to mention it to the country at large. Because what it really suggests is this, that the government has killed. I don't want to say the president has killed. I haven't seen him do so, but the government has killed through security officers under his watch, through reckless orders that have been given, shoot to kill. At some point, it was shoot to maim. It was shoot to, I don't know, do what. Yet, the president himself takes a back seat, folds his arms, flies whenever he wants to fly, and then comes and says, I have 2 billion shillings here
and let's put this thing to bed.
To give out. Never mind that every hour of my flying time costs the country so much. Never mind that in 2/3 of a day, 2 billion will have been lost through corruption, through wastage, because we're told that the figure is at least 3 billion. 3 billion every day. And what really is the message that is being passed across? I can't agree more that that this is what I would say blood money. Yeah. Any which way you look at it, it would be blood money. In terms of being tainted money, it would be blood money in terms of I am paying for the blood that I drew from you. And that's really very painful to victims. It's really very painful to victims. And just if I may add, I'm not even sure whether we have any programs that have been put together towards the rehabilitation of the victims, particularly psychosocial rehabilitation for the victims and their families. I see it there, but I haven't heard much about it. We are hearing more about compensation for people who have died, or the families of people who died. But we're not hearing about those other longer-term issues that will need to continue being addressed for the rest of the lives of those who have been victims.
Let's even ask a more difficult question when we come from this break as to whether compensation actually is the answer for some of these things that have been seen. Or is it a decision to ensure that putting into place some of the issues that would not have brought about these situations where lives were taken is the more important issue? We'll talk about it when we come back. Let's take a quick break. Wilfred Nderito Wakili is our guest this hour, and we're looking at the compensation matter, because then after compensation, then what? What happens when you arrive then at a situation whereby you're putting people back on the streets where people might be killed? Then what happens? We'll talk when we come back from this break. We'll take a look at traffic and we'll continue in a bit.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Traffic update brought to you by Chloride Exide.
All right, taking a look at what is happening on the streets at this point in time. It's looking a little busy, still actually quite busy as you get into the CBD. The traffic in and outbound on Mungai Mathai today is interesting. There's quite some of that. Then coming out towards the museums, in and outbound traffic also busy. Let's tick it off, because as you come off of Mombasa Road, you get past Capital Centre out towards Uhuru Highway, it's busy. Then on to Bunyala and out towards Haile Selassie. And the traffic that's inbound on Haile Selassie heading out towards Ngong Road is busy as well. If you're coming off of Rilo Dinga Way, you're doing okay for the most part, so you get over the drift, and then coming from Gong Road, there is some traffic here as well. Very busy then in the city, getting off on to the Thika Superhighway on an outbound direction. But then look at that Red Hill Link Road. I'm sorry guys, but if you're on it, you're stuck for a minute, because it's going to take you some time to cross over towards Limuru Road. So we're watching all of that for now. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Traffic update was brought to you by Chloride Exide. Wherever the road takes you these days, stay powered by Chloride Exide. Get total peace of mind on the highway with the premium Exide battery range, backed by a rock-solid 18-month manufacturer's warranty. Chloride Exide. Inside from Chloride Exide.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. 107.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We continue our conversations now at 25 minutes to 9 o'clock with Wakili Wilfred Derito. And maybe to clean that question up a little bit, Wakili. Last week, protesters got into the streets of Laikipia and they said, this thing, we cannot allow it, exercising their rights within the constitution to lobby, picket, protest against a particular thing, which they did not find was incongruent with their rights as Kenyans. Some of them were shot and killed. Then again, like you said, we see Friday where the potential of injurious harm then was within the All Saints Cathedral when goons disrupted a meeting. What am I saying? That even while this compensation conversation is happening, there are concurrent activities whereby the likelihood of somebody looking for compensation is high. But how about we move our eyes away from the conversation about compensation and insist on matters whereby it will be entrenched that certain behavior then will not be allowed to go? Should that be, I mean, I know that it sounds insensitive to say we can talk about compensation, but for how long will you compensate? Because the activities that bring about the reason for compensation still continue every day. How do we deal with that?
Yeah, interesting, because I was thinking about the same scenario a few days ago. And I was saying that if the courts can make an order that the Ebola facility, the construction of the Ebola facility does not continue, and then that is flouted by the government, because whoever is constructing with the blessings of the government, and then people are killed as a result. It cannot be anything else apart from impunity. Again, if you look at compensation is really not supposed to be an everyday thing, a run-of-the-mill kind of situation. Compensation is really a transitional justice mechanism. And being a transitional justice mechanism, it is not something that we are supposed to be doing as a matter of course, where we say, all right, we kill, we compensate.
Yeah.
That's really not it. And that's why, together with the question that now the government has brought into the hands of the public, questions must be asked about the impunity that has been there on the part of government, the flouting of court orders, which continues, the withdrawal by the DPP of cases which are, even a standard one, a grade one student would be able to tell that here,
off book.
Yeah. We need to see accountability. I see, and particularly when there is even video evidence on a lot of the situations that keep on eventually being withdrawn by the DPP. So it's a larger question than just compensation. We really must go back to the basics and ensure that there is accountability, and that calls for an overhaul of a lot of our institutions, including the judiciary.
Wakili appeared for post-election violence victims, and we know the work that went into that, and the promise in 2015 of the 10 billion shillings that would go into compensating the victims at the time. We are in 2026 today. Since 2015 to today, that has not been done. We are seeing other promises being given by the president, and whilst we acknowledge that compensation is just part of it, in terms of transitional justice, it's usually the last thing to do, because you must deal with justice, making sure that you deter this from happening ever again. Do Kenyans, where you sit, trust government when it comes to matters compensation, if already since 2015 that has not happened, and another promise of we promised this will never happen again?
I'm trying to suppress some laughter because, again, I was asking myself the same question, and I was saying, let's wait until the 25th of June and see who will have been compensated, how much they will have been compensated with. We have had a lot of situations, for example, even with the fuel prices.
Yeah.
And things that never came to pass. Today, fuel has been equated to diesel. So that if you drive a petrol vehicle, then it doesn't matter. The price of petrol doesn't have to come down. But what are the optics behind that? The optics behind that are that then the Mutatu industry can be managed and perhaps keep their fares low, and the ordinary mwananchi then might not have reason to protest. That's the way I see it. So I do not think that there is a lot of trust that the ordinary Kenyan has in the government today. And it's really sad. But trust can be cultivated. But perhaps it needs more than just the same people saying the same things. Because look at the scope of compensation that's there vis-a-vis all the monies that were being given to churches here and there, all the monies that were being given out at State House. And then you ask yourself, what in the scheme of things is the more important thing? And should I trust a system that seems to reward only certain groups of people for reasons of expediency, or should I trust a government that I can see is doing things for me? That's really the question.
So, lived experience usually is the best teacher. That you can say, based on what I've seen happening before, a lot of science is based on that this reaction has been caused as a result of putting these things together. It can be assumed that this is what's going to happen if I did it again. Is it anything to go by? Like you say, from the 5th of May to the 15th of June, we're on the 18th today. It's a week today exactly that will be the anniversary of the June 2024 protests. What is the likelihood? And we can speculate, or you can look into your crystal ball, but what is the likelihood that this will actually be done? And then how do you play that vis-a-vis some of the very people that you represented at the ICC years ago, who till today have not seen a coin of recompense since then?
Yeah, I think it's of course they feel let down. I feel let down. I remember in June of 2016, I filed lengthy submissions to the ICC, to Trial Chamber 5A, which was hearing the case against Ruto and Sang. And I was really making a passionate plea for for reparations to be made on behalf of the victims, because the international law recognizes that internationally, acts that are considered harmful and are considered harmful internationally are the subject of reparations. And it doesn't even matter whether a case is lost, like the case against Ruto and Sang was lost. And we all know the reasons why that case was lost. It's well documented. I won't go into it. But if we look back, we see that whenever there has been a country willing to take up the question of reparations, that has been done. If you go back to the history of the International Court of Justice, for example, as early as 1928, which is 98 years ago, decisions were being made for reparations in connection with internationally harmful acts. But what's the history that Kenya has had? Even when there was what is arguably or was better governance, right from, say, right from independence compared to the situation that we find ourselves in today, we find that the government of Kenya did really nothing for the Mau Mau.
Yeah.
The Mau Mau and their families had to look for private legal assistance to make a claim against the British government. Well, technically speaking, it would have been possible for the Republic of Kenya to make that claim on
their behalf.
On their behalf.
Okay.
Look at the Batuk situation with sexual violations. Again, the same thing. It had to take a private class action litigation to get payment for the victims, and that is still the MO. And I don't see that is likely to change anytime soon, unless people are prepared to change the impunity narrative, to change the governance narrative, to change even our relations one to the other.
Yeah. Okili, there is the question of consequence, where you find, say, during the Gen Z protest that we see, there is an order that was given by somebody because a police officer appears to maintain order because there is an order that has been given by the seniors. The time a police officer goes to the armory, it's an order to take that gun and a specific number of bullets, and it's written down to help even with investigations later. But here today we're seeing the taxpayers, people of Kenya, are being forced to pay for recompense for crimes that were committed by an individual. Why do I bring that? Because we've created a culture where we will go and commit crimes and we know taxpayers will pay it. We have never really gone back to command responsibility on individual basis, where the police officer who gave the order take responsibility for the crimes committed to individuals. That the 2 billion we're talking about today, which should be paid by individuals who gave the orders that committed the crimes that we see today. Would you reckon that if that is then the move going forward, that individuals will take note that these will come to bite me because the order emanated from me? That if the president gave the order that he said in public that the 2 billion shillings is being paid today should come from his pocket, perhaps?
It's not it's not an easy question to deal with.
Yeah.
And the reason is this, that even where there is there is a clear way where liability can be placed on the one, there is also almost always a clear way through which the system can beat that. And this is, if I go back to the question, for example, of the withdrawal of cases by the DPP, those are cases that have, in the first instance, been brought against specific individuals, not just, government did this. But at some point, then they are withdrawn because they are powers that are being exercised, but being exercised wrongly. Perhaps what we need is to now zero in on those who end up exercising the powers wrongly and read the Riot Act to them, because it cannot be. For example, I was dealing with a matter where the DPP had filed papers saying that the court did not have jurisdiction to deal with that particular case. And a few days later, the same DPP withdraws that notice of objection. So what, on the one hand, the DPP is saying is this court has no jurisdiction. So how does he just suddenly wake up and see, no, the court has jurisdiction? Because that's really the purport of the withdrawal. I think we need to move very, very hard and ensure that these people get squeezed. And I'm not just talking about the DPP. There are 1,001 other situations that have the same thing. Look at the situation in the judgment on the Gachagua impeachment, where 50 million shillings is awarded, payable by the Senate. Who is the Senate? The Senate, as far as I know, has never taken in one whiff of breath. It's individuals. But what will happen? Even if I know he has said that he doesn't want the money. If I were the one, perhaps I would want the money. What I'm saying is that there is not going to be accountability until we set up the structures. I think the failure that we have right now is in the structures. And we need to stop, for example, this thing of saying every time that, oh, this is a public interest matter. Now, I'm talking judiciary. This is a public interest matter, and therefore each party should bear its own costs. The principle really is supposed to be this, that the party that has raised a public interest matter should not have to pay costs, even if they lose. But the party against whom the public interest matter has been raised then must be held to account, because a lot of times even those public interest matters result in substantial savings for the party that may have lost, but they should be condemned to pay costs, so that then that message can be constantly hammered into our thinking.
So who bells the cat? Because there seem to be so many moving parts to impunity. And it seems as though there needs to be one center whereby it's saying, come on guys, we've got to get our act together. Who bells the cat?
Well, it has to be a collective effort. And the other day I was speaking to a senior, very well-meaning politician. And I told the politician, I would want to start a coalition of the willing on matters such as this. Accountability, peace for next year, because right now, if you look at all the tweets on X, you really have reason to fear. If you go onto the Nairobi streets, you have reason to fear. If you go into social places where somebody is speaking in a different language from yours, you start fearing. We have been made to feel insecure because the government does not care. So we must take power into our hands. I'm not saying that we do it in an unconstitutional way. But then we had initiatives. For example, in the 90s, there was the Citizens Coalition for Constitutional Change. We had various other groupings. We had a social, a civil society that was vibrant.
Yeah.
Of course, it has been clipped, but then it can still rise, and it can rise before we get into the next elections.
And isn't this what we're talking about, that across board that there needs to be action? Because we're talking about compensation today for victims of a situation where there was reckless behavior and that was the wanton abuse of power that took lives, that killed people.
Yeah.
People didn't lose their lives, people were killed. And we're saying that property was damaged and or destroyed by intentional elements included in what would have been protests. Right? This is the reason. Innocent business people lost property. It was damaged. Innocent lives were taken. People were killed. But the overarching thing that we're looking at here is that there were abuses of power. There were abuses of just simple human behavior that could show up later. So when we talk about collective effort and we talk about change, Wakili, show me one place on this planet where change was instituted that was comfortable.
Well, a change must never be comfortable, if that's what you're asking about. I mean, a change is something that has to be fundamentally almost antithetical to our comfort zone. It has to be. But I am not prepared to believe that there are no people who can move this country into a situation where we get this change. And they do not have to be people who are vying for positions in 2027. In the past, I think the country has done quite a bit of good in that regard, particularly in the 90s. I saw the 90s, and I don't think we have seen a more spirited era than between 1992 and 2002. But then thereafter, we have just gotten into a cycle of violence every so often.
So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And really quickly, even as we wrap up this conversation, like you said, the person who was involved in messing the thing up then cannot be attributed the powers of a fixer. So would you then say that the folks who are doling out the cash, the 2 billion, regardless of where it comes from, the people who are being set up to fix the thing and attribute money, shouldn't actually be the ones trying to stir the pot?
They certainly should not be the ones. If you look at the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights website, for example, you will find that there is a report that they sent out last month about people who were trying to facilitate. Well, before the launch, people who are trying to facilitate the getting of compensation. They were condemned as fraudulent people. But I would want to imagine that this was not one person, 2 people, 3 people. There ought to be, by now, an arrest. Because if there is information that there is somebody who was trying to do ABCD, then it's easy to trace them and track them down.
Yeah, you'll find them. Yeah.
So the way I see it is that it's not. It's really not possible to entrust those who are the violators. And let's not forget, for example, that on Monday, where was the public in all this? Everything was being done in the comfort of State House. This is a national issue. This is the kind of thing that needs to be done out at Kasarani or at Nyayo Stadium, where people can understand that this is about the entire nation.
Indeed.
just like the national prayer breakfast, which should not be in 5-star hotels.
Yeah. Indeed. Thank you very much for being here with us, Wakili, opening up some of these things for us to get insights and understanding, to engage in conversations, essentially is what is being part of a collection of the willing, a concert of the willing to come about and bring certain change. Thank you for being in the Situation Room this morning, and we look forward to more conversations with you.
Thank you very much to both of you for having me.
Karibu sana.
Asanteni sana.
Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. As African nations push to capitalize on their natural resources, Kenya says it is close to a landmark deal with the United States that will allow the country's strategic minerals to be processed within its borders before being sold on the international market. The move is aimed at adding value to the minerals, creating jobs, and boosting the nation's economy. Speaking on the sidelines of the G7 leaders meeting in France, President William Ruto said negotiations on the deal are in the final stages and could be concluded in the near future.
And in fact, the relationship we are building with America is one that is mutually beneficial. I gave President Trump an example. We are finalizing an agreement with America on some of our rare earth and critical minerals, and we have agreed that the minerals will be processed in Kenya, as opposed to what the other relationship. We've agreed with them on what is mutually beneficial between Kenya and the United States, and President Trump and the American administration are happy with it.
On the issue of the Ebola virus, President Ruto said his government continues to collaborate with international partners, including the WHO, to build more than 23 quarantine centers. He also says that due to the plan, the United States asked Kenya to give it the opportunity to build one of the 23 centers to use to serve its citizens who are infected with the virus.
On this Ebola issue, among the countries, in fact, the first country, and so far the only country that has put in money to support our building of resilience around Ebola is the United States. They put money in DRC, they put money in Kenya. And when Ebola was announced by the World Health Organization, they did request us to allow them one facility in the event that there would be any American that would require isolation, not treatment.
And finally, the Kenya Bureau of Standards has issued a stern warning to traders at the Busia border who use shortcuts to import illegal and untaxed goods from neighboring Uganda that they'll be arrested and prosecuted. The agency's Lake Victoria Region Quality Officer Bernard Sindani says the use of shortcuts at Busia has contributed significantly to the import of aflatoxin-contaminated products, especially maize, into the country, posing a health risk to Kenyans.
Smuggling of the product, some products which may not meet the standard requirements. As KEPS, we are putting them on notice, and that is why you have mentioned we have the security archers. We have our own mechanism for dealing those one who will now fraud this one. As I have mentioned, we have market surveillance, we have the inspection officers. So we put them in notice so that in case that one will happen to them, then the law will have to go to its full so that the products that they meet the quality are the products that now they are being sold in the market.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament,
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick
to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante,
we will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Members of parliament, they go to settle, they're just promised, they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 7 minutes after 9 o'clock, and our conversations continue this hour. This is actually one of those power conversations. It's the power one.
Yes.
So even before we get into it, power us up.
I want to power you up.
Okay,
so,
here we go.
Look at it this way. Everybody's premium. But then there are those driving premium motor vehicles. When we talk about premium, we're talking about massage seat with lumbar support, heated and cooled seats, right? You need heated steering wheel. Your sunroof needs to work. When you've gone for shopping, right, and your vehicle has the automatic adjustment with air suspension and you need to put your luggage in your trunk, everything is automatic because you can lower your vehicle and you can as well raise it up. What does that do? You need a power system that is able to assure you that everything will work when you need it to. I'm going to give you an example. When you leave your house in the morning, you know your engine has to stay warm for you before you start moving. You can do that from the comfort of your house because when you talk about high-end vehicles nowadays, you have remote control start-stop from your house so that by the time you're getting down, everything is warm for you to go.
All right.
But you need an assurance that the battery you have in your vehicle is able to guarantee you that that will happen. Where do you go to? Chloride Exide. Chloride Exide is telling you, you've been in the business. Us and Kenya, same WhatsApp group in terms of age since 1963. They have been powering the nation. One would argue because it is premium. It has powered and ferried presidents from point A to point B. That is the guarantee that you get.
That's the real power.
But let's go even further, right? You don't have to sweat it because when you're busy, you and your vehicle can chill, dial a battery, somebody's gonna come, install it within a 20-kilometer radius of the dealer from Chloride Exide. They will come, install it, all for free. Right? The number to call, 0719-080-000. Dial a battery, someone will come, install it, and the battery comes with 18 months what? Warranty.
Fantastic. Hey, the person who oversees those things is looking at you and he's just like, wow, okay. This is great.
You see, when you're a consumer, passenger number one,
Ambassador number
one.
Charles Ngari is a general manager at Chloride Exide. He is in the hot seat this morning. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
This guy did the business.
What an introduction.
I'm telling you.
I don't know why I'm here. Yeah? I think he's done it all. Asante, Dennis.
Karibu sana.
He has been. And we're going to be talking about the right battery for your car this morning because, my goodness, clearly there's a lot to learn. And so we'll get into that this morning. Karibu sana to the hot seat of the Situation Room. What will you normally do to welcome those who sit in the hot seat is that we give them a problem. You thought that we were coming to, now we're giving you the work to do. Kazi, my friend. So we go around the African continent every week. We come back from a different country and we come back with their proverbs. We'd like to get you to interpret that. Dennis is going to share.
We are in Guinea-Bissau.
All right.
The people of Guinea-Bissau are called Guineans of Bissau, not Guinea-Bissauans, because Kenyans would think because you're from Kenya and you're a Kenyan, people from Guinea-Bissau are not Guinea-Bissauans. But the proverb we get today, the drum sounds loudest to the one who carries it. How would you interpret it?
Drum sounds loudest to the person who carries it.
Yep.
I would interpret it to mean that when you're passing a message, at times you may think that everyone has understood, but they've not understood. Yeah, you've got to go and get them to align with you, to listen better.
Yeah. Well said.
Fantastic.
If you want the message, you go to the source.
Direct.
If you want power, you go to power people. Karibu sana,
Asante.
Charles.
Okay, so Karibu sana, thank you for coming. Look, so let's talk about it. First of all, so what exactly do you do? And let's talk about battery. We're talking about power, but exactly what do you do?
All right. Thanks. My name is Charles Ngari. I lead the team at Chloride Exide. I'm the general manager. I've been doing this, I've been in the trade for about, or in practice for about 17 years, 10 of which have been with Chloride Exide. So I would consider myself a subject matter expert when it comes to matters batteries. I am a believer that you should know your merchandise. Yeah. So if you're selling batteries, you need to have an interest in batteries. If you're selling anything else, you need to have an interest in it. So I'm a lover of cars, an enthusiast, keen on having conversations on batteries, and that's why I'm here. Chloride Exide, maybe I can just say something about it. Like Dennis said, we've been here since 1963. Every year the country turns a year older. We also turn a year older. So we've been doing this for quite a long time. We're the only local manufacturer of lead-acid batteries in Kenya, with a staff complement of about 1,000 people, and selling our batteries to like 50% of our production to Kenya and the rest across the African continent. We go as far north as Ghana and also as far west, as far south as Zimbabwe, and serving East and Central Africa, where we have about 17, we are serving about 17 countries. We also support quite a number of SMEs in the region. We have about 6,000 resellers within the African continent who buy our batteries and sell them on to final consumers.
Yeah. You know, when you talk about batteries, right? Everybody thinks about it's just there for and move, right? And you look at the history of vehicles. Now you start from the days of carburetor. Nowadays you talk about inline six, direct injection. All that has changed over time. But how has that changed then battery technology as we speak today?
All right. Vehicles are doing more, so the battery has to do more. We are saying that vehicles nowadays are basically computers on wheels. Like you said, Dennis, back in the day, all a battery had to do was start, light, and ignite your car. But nowadays, we're seeing cars whose technology has significantly changed. Vehicles coming with advanced driver assist systems, like you explained earlier, whereby you'd be departing from your, you'd lose concentration and you start departing from your lane, and it has a lane departure warning where it pushes you back to your lane. Yeah, you have a blind spot assist. You are not concentrating. You've decided to overtake. There's an oncoming car. It pushes you back to your lane. Basically safety features. And you also spoke about massage seats, seat warmers and all that. So vehicles nowadays, are basically computers on wheels. They're constantly watching the road, thinking, pinging the battery to see what's happening in there. So if they're doing more, battery technology has had to evolve to be able to do more. Yeah, and that's why I'm here to have that conversation.
What kind of evolving have batteries gone through over time? Because back in the days, tafuta maji acid ongeza itachemka, you move. Or you go to that charging master at the mtaa who's the superstar, charge it there and bring it back. How has it morphed to where then it can handle the computers on wheels today?
All right. So traditionally, we started with what we called vented batteries. Those are the batteries that required regular maintenance. You'd go to a petrol station, they would tell you, can we check your battery? They would open it up, top it up with deionized water. Yeah. Then we moved away from that to something more convenient, less maintenance, and that's the maintenance free, whereby you just fitted it and forgot about it. But that was still serving standard vehicles with standard systems, electrical loads. So as vehicles transitioned, and one thing I forgot to mention that is an important addition to vehicle technology today is actually a system called start-stop system. Start-stop systems have actually come in for emissions controls. Whatever we hear happening in the COP27, COP28, people agreeing to reduce emission standards. Most of the people who are affected are actually auto manufacturers. So they brought in these start-stop systems whereby they are trying to reduce the emissions that their vehicles produce. So when you get into traffic or you get to a complete halt, depress the brake, the vehicle switches off. Then when you take your foot off the brake, it switches on again. So such technology has actually created a requirement for a stronger battery. So when we moved from vented to MF could not handle all these demands to a battery. Like I said, there are only two things that power a car. It's the fuel and the battery. So for the battery to be able to handle this, in came two technologies, one called enhanced flooded battery, which is an EFB, and the other one called absorbent glass mat, which is AGM. So EFB batteries came in to handle vehicles with moderate start-stop systems and moderate driver assist systems, basically entry-level cars. So it's a higher tire battery with twice the cycle life of a standard maintenance-free battery. Then the AGM battery came in to handle cars, basically premium cars with advanced driver assist systems, higher-end electronics, and it has 4 times the cycle life of a standard battery. The one main differentiator between, as much as all these batteries look alike, if you were to compare them, the main differentiator between an AGM batteries and the rest is an AGM battery, unlike what we've traditionally known batteries to have inside, that is the diluted liquid electrolyte, the acid. This one, if you were to open it, if you were to crack it open, nothing would pour out. So the acid is actually contained within the glass mat, as the name suggests, which is a blanket enveloping each and every plate within the battery. So it's more or less dry in its outlook.
Okay, so things have changed. So you don't have to worry about the things that you had to deal with before, right, as concerns the battery. So in terms of what your vehicle can do, has that changed, or we're looking at an optimal level of performance as a result of this battery?
Yes, your vehicle has definitely changed. When we talk about start-stop systems, over and above emissions, it also reduces on fuel consumption. So you are saying that vehicles are now getting more powerful engines, but the engines are smaller. And also, due to this start-stop system where when you're idling the car, you're not consuming any fuel, your fuel consumption has significantly reduced. Also comes in the comfort features. When you talk about advanced driver assist systems, in there are comfort features and safety features. So all these are being powered by the car, and it's basically extras that we get within the vehicle.
Okay, so what do you not have to worry about when you have this battery in your vehicle?
All right. I'll give you a story, Nduh. A buddy of mine came in with a Mercedes. His battery had gotten to the end of its end of life, and we got there. We checked whatever battery had been fitted before, and we told him, unfortunately, the battery you're using is actually not the right battery for your car. So we told him, your car actually requires an AGM battery. Like we said, most premium cars, especially vehicles from Europe, require AGM batteries. When we fitted in the right battery, he called me in the evening and told me, oh my God, I've just realized my car has features I did not know it has. For example, when I depress the brake, the car switches off. He didn't know his car had start-stop system because he had bought the car off someone who'd fitted the wrong battery.
Okay.
His sunroof, which he had gotten various mechanics to try and fix, automatically started working. What normally happens is that if you fit the wrong battery, at times the car may work. The car may work. It will start. It will ignite. It will light. Basically the basic systems of a battery. But there are certain advanced systems that are going to be switched off by this car. Yeah, because it's constantly. Most of these cars nowadays have a battery management system that is constantly pinging the battery, and if it sees that you fit in the wrong battery, it deactivates most of these, comfort and safety features. So, Nduh, that's what would go wrong.
Yeah. I mean, when you talk about these premium vehicles that we talk about today, with all the safety features, so eyesight technology that looks at in terms of collision, you equally have to look at the performance because, hey, I'm spinning a 4-liter, I must perform. I must get in Mombasa to Mombasa in 4 hours.
Wait.
NTSA, please, But you need your vehicle to equally perform.
Yeah.
But what I'm hearing you say is, if you have a bad battery that is not suitable to your vehicle, then you get into limp mode.
Yeah.
That means you, as a driver, you are unable to enjoy the services or facilities that come with your vehicle.
Yeah.
So then, as a driver, where perhaps what I know how to do is to buy a good car, but I never think about a battery, how should we go about it? How would I tell that, hey, battery nimekuja nayo ni akadudu?
All right. That's why we're having this conversation.
Yeah.
We realize it's our responsibility as Chloride Exide, being the biggest player in the market, to actually go out and educate people that, things have changed and this is how you need to go about choosing your battery. So traditionally, people would choose batteries based on engine size. I have a Kadudu. It's below 1500 cc. It's a certain size. If it's above, we go something higher. So right now, you've got to identify, does my car have all these newer features that demand a stronger battery? Does it have a start-stop system? And it's important that I differentiate start-stop systems from keyless entry, because most people actually do confuse the two. So start-stop system is what I described before.
You're already in motion.
You're already in motion. You depress the brake without turning off the key, it goes off. Keyless entry, which is normally a button written start-stop on the dashboard, is basically just
kibonyezo.
It's keyless ignition, basically. So if your car has start-stop systems, and you can see that it's much more advanced, it's like a computer on wheels, then ideally a standard battery cannot work. And if you fit in a standard battery, there are quite a number of things that could go wrong. We spoke about the guy whose start-stop system was not working, so he wasn't saving fuel. We spoke about his sunroof not working. I visited one of our branches in Eldoret, and in came 2 mechanics with a new Toyota Harrier. It was a hybrid Toyota Harrier, which required an EFB battery. So
EFB was what again?
Enhanced flooded battery.
Okay.
So it's a newer technology of batteries for vehicles with start-stop systems.
Okay.
So they had fit in the right battery, Dennis.
Yes.
But the Christmas trees on the dashboard were still there.
Every light on the dashboard.
Yeah. So they come and say, this car had a battery light before we changed the battery. We've changed the battery. It still has the battery light, among other lights. They had opened up the dashboard. Yeah. It's those guys we call Kawaya. Yeah. They had opened up the dashboard. The only thing they hadn't done, and by the way, they had fit in the right battery. They had actually been advised that you need an EFB battery, and that had been sold to them. But vehicles nowadays, in this whole complication, fitting the battery is not the standard way we used to fit. Take one out, put another one in. You've got to register that battery using the OBD2 diagnostic tool. Yeah, what we call computers. Yeah. So that's the only thing they hadn't done. Yeah. So when the battery management system that I was talking about was pinging this battery, it could tell that this battery seems to be different from what was there before. Yeah. Most people ask me, if it's a computer, shouldn't it be intelligent enough to know that this is a new battery that has been fit in, and hence I should clear out all these lights and reprogram myself to that. But remember, these are softwares that are communicating. Yeah. As a battery gets to end of life, it has less. It stores less energy because there's lots of resistance in there. So as that battery management system, which is a computer, constantly pings that battery, it actually reduces the performance of your electrical loads in the car to match the capacity of that older battery. And one way to verify is if you have a higher end car, when you have a new battery, you can go park and chill and listen to music for like 4 hours.
And it won't die on you.
As it gets older, these newer cars reduce that time you're listening to music. It reduces to 2 hours, reduces to 1 hour, reduces to 30 minutes.
Reduces to I can't play.
Yeah, reduces to I can't play. If you see that happening, just know your battery is almost getting to end of life. So when you fit a new battery, the reason you have to register, you have to tell it, now reset all these electronics because I have a new battery that is capable of handling what you've got.
That goes to show that buying a battery today is not like walking at a supermarket and picking it and just go. That means even now that we're talking about dial a battery is because whoever is coming in, first of all, would be able to advise you if you're having the correct battery. And when it is setting up in terms of scanning OBD2, they are able to do that and assure you that you are good to go.
Yeah.
That is a facility that you have. And how has that then become a change maker in the industry?
So we've got to be the experts in town. Yeah. We have about 74% market share. Yeah. And we thank people that they've trusted us over time. Most of our batteries, they're batteries that probably you've observed your dad use, change in his car. So as a change maker, if you're an expert in town, you've got to have the tools. You've got to come to a conversation like this and tell people, this is what you need to look out for. This is how things are changing. This is how we need to do things differently. So it's basically to build confidence to people that as much as, yes, there is complications in the way in which batteries need to be changed, it is still doable. There is someone who can come and sort you out, and that's where Dial a Battery comes in. You call us, there will be someone at the end of the line who is advising you that this vehicle make and model and this year of manufacture requires this battery, which is different from, which is a different technology from any other that is out there. Yes, it may be slightly expensive, but the value, our value proposition is, what we said before. An EFB battery will last you twice as long, but we're not going to charge you twice as much. An AGM battery is going to last you 4 times longer than a standard battery, but we're not going to charge you 4 times as much. Yeah. So that kind of expertise and will build trust to people that we actually know what you're doing, and the battery that we give you will actually do work for you.
So, nowadays we go to the internet all the time and we say, okay, I want to buy this particular thing. What are the things that I should be looking out for to ensure that this is the thing? What would you say that would be about a battery when you're saying with the chloride oxide battery, these are the 1, 2, 3, 4 things that I should look out for, and if it ticks the boxes, then we say we are going for it?
So it's actually a smart move to go to the internet and check out your car and see what battery it requires, because that makes you also you're basically able to challenge an expert or challenge someone who's not an expert, because quite a number of people buy batteries from there or ask their mechanics to advise when they're buying batteries or resellers. So when you know that my car requires this, you're able to ask the right questions. If someone misadvises you, you're able to challenge them. Yeah. So the things that you need to ask is, do you, for example, have a battery that is suited for a vehicle with start-stop technology? Do you have a battery that is suited for a vehicle, yes, with start-stop technology, but with more driver assist systems, multiple cameras, adaptive cruise control and all that, And the good thing is that at Chloride, we do have that. That's why we have introduced the Exide premium range of batteries, which starts from superior maintenance free, to EFB to AGM, to cater for anyone who would have any type of car that requires a lead acid starter battery in this market. So we cater for people with hybrid vehicles for their lead acid batteries, and even people with electric vehicles for their lead acid batteries, because even electric vehicles, full electric vehicles, still require a lead acid 12-volt battery. So a number of people usually ask me, do you think you're going to go out of business because of electrification of cars? The answer is no, because there is only one proven technology that is safe, that can power your electrical loads in the car, and that's a lead acid battery. The lithium batteries in vehicles, which we call traction batteries, are high voltage. Those ones power the traction, the movement of the vehicle.
So it sounds a lot of this is newer technology than what people were used to previously. So what if you have an older vehicle? Because we're talking about hybrid vehicles, electric vehicles, which are 10, 15 years old, right? What if you have an older vehicle model and you're getting into the party and you want to have one of these newer batteries in your vehicle? Are they compatible, or are we saying, sorry folks, you have to buy a new car?
So how I'd put it, if you have an older vehicle, we have batteries for that vehicle, which are the standard batteries, and those are the ones we would recommend. However, there are people who normally say, I consider myself middle class, upper class. I have an older car, but I want a battery that lasts longer. Within the Exide stable, we have what we call the Exide Superior Maintenance Free Battery. It's a class above the standard maintenance-free battery, and it also comes in with whereas for the standard batteries we're giving you 12 months warranty. This one comes with 18 months warranty. It has better, its build quality is suited better for, deeper use, people who've fitted in infotainment systems. Yes, you have an older car, but you've put in a screen, a Tesla screen, among other things. So there's a battery that would be able to give you longer life when your loads are also higher.
We talk about start-stop braking system and how those are critical in modern day movement, pretty much, of motor vehicles. But then again, there is the aspect where today I've gone to buy a battery. Chloride Exide is my brand, but then again, it's a point of contention in terms of fakes that are also in the market. So I want to verify that this is a true battery, because I also don't want to waste my time with the battery that is not working. So perhaps security features then that every other motorist out there can just look at, if it's scanning QR code. How do we go about that, so that I'm sure I am not buying fakes in the market?
All right. So we, about a year ago, introduced a digital warranty activation tool. In the past, if you bought our battery, you'd get a card, that tells you have 12 months warranty, 18 months warranty. But now we've introduced a digital warranty activation tool, whereby there is a QR code and a USSD for people without smartphones. You can scan the QR code. The battery serial number is going to appear there, and you register your details, and that tells you of the authenticity of the battery. We also only sell our batteries through authorized dealers across the country. So you are able to verify that someone is an authorized dealer. If you are in doubt, you can call us. The same number that we gave out for dial-a battery is the same number we use for our contact center. And we're able to tell you that, yes, that is an authorized dealer and they represent us. But for all those authorized dealers, we also normally have branded them as authorized dealers of Chloride Exide.
So the number here is 0719 080 000. Do I say it in Swahili? 0719 080
Sufuri all the way. Okay. Let's take a quick break and see what's happening on the roads, actually, and let's power our way through traffic with Chloride. We'll be back in a minute.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
Traffic update brought to you by Chloride Exide.
All right, if you're coming off a thicker superhighway, it's still a little bit of traffic as you get into the city, so we're going to have to contend with that for a while, folks, especially if you're right around that Pangani underpass heading out towards Murang'a Road on one side and then Wangari Maathai on the other. The drama that was happening right around museums is inbound, going towards the Uhuru Highway, finding its way back into the CBD. Seems to have reduced significantly, but still one to watch. And also the Red Hill Link Road, not looking too bad right now, but there is traffic coming off of James Gishuru. It's going to take you through towards Waiaki Way outbound on the A104, still very busy, but it's moving, so not a problem there. You'll find traffic here and there as you're getting through the most parts of the city. Ring Road, Westlands, busy one still. And also as you get off of Kenyatta Avenue and onto Kenyatta Avenue this morning, it is slow. All right, keeping an eye on all of this through the day. Talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X.
Traffic update was brought to you by Chloride Exide. Wherever the road takes you these days, stay powered by Chloride Exide. Get total peace of mind on the highway with the premium Exide battery range backed by a rock-solid 18-month manufacturer's warranty. Chloride Exide. Inside from Chloride Exide.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversations continue this hour, powering our way through with Chloride Exide, and that General Manager of Chloride Exide joining us this morning as we look into the reasons why you say, okay, well, this is actually the battery that you want to use. This is the direction in which you want to go. And then, continue to ask the questions why. So, Charles, it's one of those that it's synonymous with the battery. The name is synonymous with, you need a battery. This is the one that you've gotten. How have you then you've given insights into some of those, but how has it been able to remain relevant over time, even with, number one, new entrants into the market, number two, changing times? How has that relevance been kept, and how do you intend to keep it?
All right. One of the ways we've done that, we've been consistent. We've been consistent in our availing the product in the market. We have about 27 branches across East Africa, and all these branches are areas where you can get our product for transporters who move around. They can be able to access our batteries in Uganda, Tanzania, and across East Africa. The other one is quality. We've been consistent in quality. Our batteries are produced to global manufacturing, the highest global manufacturing standards, and also the same confirmed by the local standard bodies. The Exide range also promises you 18 months warranty, and that's the highest within the region. Yeah. So promising you 18 months warranty is basically testament to the trust that we've given to the product and the way in which it has been constructed. Yeah.
So today, there's a question that has been asked by Chris. Chris is asking, today I'm going to buy a battery. How old should a battery be from the manufacturers for me to get a good deal? So date of manufacturer's expiry date, does that exist? So which is the best time to buy a battery?
All right. Batteries can last you even a year, still on the shelf when they're still in good shape. Yeah. What we normally advise, and this is something that is practiced across our authorized dealer base and also on our shops. Every 4 months, we normally top up these batteries with charge so that they do not sulfate. I think most of us who drive vehicles have been told by their mechanics that the reason your battery died is because you parked your car for too long without using it. And what normally happens is the battery sulfates. Yeah. So even when a battery is on the shelf, it can sulfate because all battery types, even lithium batteries, have something we call self-discharge. So to prevent that, every 4 months we normally top up. So I would encourage him to buy a battery as long as it's within 1 year from the date of manufacturing.
1 year from the date of manufacturing. And you've brought in something that is critical, where you find someone traveled outside the country, no longer using the car, and there is no one to start it. But in other jurisdictions as well, so if Nduh, I know in her LX570, there is something called a trickle charger, you know, that you then just connect it to the battery, so that when you're away, at least it keeps on moving. So, I mean, this is information that many out here do not know, because I know of someone who has parked their vehicle for close to 5 years now.
Yeah.
You know, close to 5 years, and as much as it's chonging asubuhi so that it warms up, right? At the end of the day, it would not perform to its full capacity because the vehicle is just stationary. So, in terms of this information out there on even taking care of our batteries, right? Do you reckon Kenyans know how to take care of our batteries as consumers? Ama tunangojanga siku ya service?
I think batteries are the most ignored element in a vehicle.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised that you're talking about a trickle charger. Not very many people know about trickle chargers. We have car yards that have vehicles that stay in car yards for a very long time. But they've never heard about a trickle charger. Yeah, but I think as Kenyans, the reason the trickle charger technology has not caught on, it's because you require to connect a trickle charger to an electrical socket.
Yes.
And most Kenyans do not have garages.
But see, you tell us what a trickle charger is in the first place. Then we can move.
So a trickle charger, it's a simple device that actually looks like a phone charger that you connect to an electrical socket, and you connect its clips onto the terminals of the battery. So it basically maintains the battery at it's constantly tricking charge into the battery to maintain it at full charge, so that it doesn't sulfate. Yeah.
Okay. Carry on.
Yeah. So, like your buddy who you're saying has parked his car for 5 years. The reality is that constantly switching it on probably every morning to idle, warm up, will probably just maybe sort out the engine, not to have sludge and all that, but it won't do anything to the battery. Because for a battery to charge and for an alternator to work effectively, they start working at a rev, when the rev counter gets to about 2,000 RPM. So on idling, it doesn't work. The other thing that most people do is that they say if you're traveling for long, disconnect your terminals from the battery. However, all batteries, like I said, have something we call self-discharge, be it lithium, be it lead acid. So disconnecting still does not protect the battery from sulfating. Yeah, you would require a trickle charger.
Yeah. You know, there are times when someone goes to a garage and you look at the battery and it looks like it was having a shower in a river. It just turned white at the terminals, you know. And the most a mechanic does is take that pliers, hit the terminals, clean it up, connect, and go.
It's starting again, yeah.
what does that do to the overall performance of the vehicle and also just the longevity of the battery? Because clearly when you're seeing the thing is self-heating, there is a problem. But what do? Heat it, clean it up with a wire brush and go.
So we normally call that oxidation of the terminals, and yes, it affects the life of the battery. First of all, a way in which it can affect is that it creates a resistance between the terminal clips and the terminal itself. So you may find your battery is not charging optimally. So if your battery is not charging optimally, its charge levels go down, and like I said, any battery, when the charge levels go down, it starts oxidizing. So you may have a battery, you are using it on a daily basis, but it's sulfating inside because it's not being charged effectively. Then the practice of people hammering terminals, when they're changing, is actually a habit that we discourage. And the reason is the terminal holds the cells inside the battery. It's welded to the cells inside the battery. The mechanical hammering at times causes the cells to break off from the terminal itself inside. So you find someone after a while says the battery died. You open up the battery, you find the bar that normally holds the cells together has broken.
So that the ones who killed their battery.
Actually, there is one of the faults that we normally do not replace on warranty is mechanical damage of the battery cells,
and that's caused by this thing that you speak
of. The hammering.
And then how come it works? I mean, we hammer everything all the time. The remote is not working, bang it on the table a couple of times. The battery is not moving, it's cold in the morning. Somebody comes with the pliers, bang, bang the thing, and it works.
At times you get away with it, but at times you hammer it so hard you do not get away with it.
And I think this is information that Kenyans need to know, because at the end of the day, I'll buy it and with the promise of 18 months warranty, but forgetting that responsibility as well is on me to take care of that battery. That if I have that mechanical damage, then that 18-month warranty is void because nimi nimeharibu. But there's this thing that we usually do. I've gone to a car wash. I have parked. Osha kila mahali, and you find the individual with the pressure washer, that thing is washed proper. It's washed proper as if it's going for a wedding that morning, proper. Does that affect the battery in terms of its connections? Because it's water and the battery power na maji azikutani.
Fortunately, no, it doesn't affect because the way in which the terminals are separated, unless you dip it in water to a point where it causes a short, a short circuit. What normally happens is for people who wash their engines without protecting certain fuses and all that, those are the ones that short circuit, but the battery will remain intact.
So let's look at, because we can have this conversation, but let's look at common things that are done every day. Everybody and their uncle has jumper cables in their car. Everyone. If you don't, there's something wrong with you. What does jump-starting because you're not jump-starting your car, you're jump-starting your battery. What does that do to the life of a battery? And is it okay for us to continue doing this thing?
Different people say different things about it or interpret it differently. For a company that sells battery, I would say do not jump-start. Go and buy a new battery. However, you will never leave someone who's stranded on the road, or your neighbor who's stranded and wants you to jumpstart them. Maybe they just want to be jumpstarted that day and they go and buy a battery. What we normally recommend, all batteries have something we call cold cranking amperes, because for you to crank a car, there's a big electrical surge energy required to start to the starter motor to turn that engine. So for smaller cars, they require smaller current. Bigger cars, especially diesel cars, require larger current, and that's why you see that cold cranking amperes, because ampere is current. For smaller batteries, you'll see something like 300. Then for bigger batteries, for SUVs, you see something like 700. And for trailers, you'll see 1,000. That's the maximum current that battery can do. So if you have a small car, you have a Kadudu, you have a Vitz, and you try jump starting someone with a VX, it's going to cook that battery. So you can't do that.
So we shouldn't do it again?
Yeah, but
So you must
from
find your
a
mate.
bigger car, you can jump start a smaller car. Yeah, but a smaller car can jump start a bigger
car. Okay. You know, and then Nduh is laughing because, you know, it's because a Dudu can't jumpstart LX 570, right?
Yeah.
Because the Dudu will be fried.
Yeah.
But a Dudu and a Dudu can jumpstart each other.
Jumpstart each other.
See, you need to find your mate. Play in your league, man. Play in your league. But again, when it comes to jumpstarting, so there are different ways where this is done. So there is what we're used to, it's positive and negative, right?
Yeah.
There are those who equally say you do positive and the ground. Americans love saying you do positive and the ground. Which is which?
I've actually not encountered that positive in the ground. I'll go and read up about it because it sounds interesting. For us, it's just positive.
Positive, negative. Okay. So
and also there's an art to doing it. Yeah. If you ever see you connect. Let's say you're even replacing a battery. You've decided to do it yourself. If you ever see a spark, that means you've connected that battery wrongly. Yeah. So when you're disconnecting a battery, and actually a spark will lead to a short circuit of a fuse somewhere, and you may find your dashboard go blank and all that. What we normally recommend, the right way to disconnect a battery is take out the negative first before taking out the positive, because the positive is where the power rests. If you take out the positive, as you try and wiggle it out, it will spark. But if you take out the negative and the circuit is broken, you can now take out the positive. Then when you're fitting it in, it's the opposite. You fit in the positive first, then you follow up with the negative. So in jump starting, it's the same thing. Yeah. Do not complete the circuit with the positive. Yeah. Do not complete the circuit with the positive because it's going to create to a short circuit. So connect the positives first before connecting the negatives.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to not do that. Yikes. So when a battery is gone, it's a battery start. You've left the light on the way current. You've left the light on, or maybe you've left the radio playing for whatever reason. Drains.
Yeah.
One would imagine that it's because of that activity that you've left. So what you need is for it to jumpstart and then essentially recharge itself. So these batteries that we're talking about now this morning with chloride oxide, are those self-charging batteries so long as it continues to run? Or are we saying that it's going to run for its life and then when it's done, it's done?
So you're right. The moment you jumpstart, if for example the reason you need jumpstarting is because you left lights on, yeah, that means our battery still has life. So you require to jumpstart it. Then go on a trip somewhere, a few minutes of driving for the alternator to start recharging the battery. Yeah. Sorry, I have missed your question. What was the second part?
So is it not okay that you can just jumpstart and then it continues to recharge itself? And are these batteries that we're talking about today the ones that will be in recharge mode so long as the thing is moving and you don't do the thing where you leave the radio on or the lights on?
Yeah. So yes, the moment you jumpstart, the alternator will pick up as long as you're using the car and it's going to recharge. Now the batteries we're talking about today, the Exide range of batteries, especially the technology EFB and AGM, since they've been designed for vehicles with start-stop technology, where that battery is constantly being used, even when the car is not charging. Like in start-stop for start-stop technology, the moment the car switches itself off in traffic, it does not switch off for you. Your AC, your radio, all those continue running. So the state of charge for that battery actually goes lower than a typical battery whose engine is still running would get to. So these batteries, the EFB and AGM, have been designed in a way in which they have fast charging capabilities.
Okay.
Yeah. So unlike a standard MF battery that would take a bit longer and requires the car to be driven longer for it to recharge, these two technologies will recharge faster. Yeah. And they've also been designed in a way in which they can operate with the partial state of charge. Yeah.
So I have my vehicle, I'm away someone comes with their vehicle, has an alternator problem, takes my battery, because me siko nimemwazima battery. I don't know if that's good behavior. You can tell us about it. But how does a faulty alternator affect the battery, or does it just affect the vehicle?
So kuazima battery, I do not think it's a good behavior, because like you said, you do not know whether he has a faulty alternator. So you give him, he goes, depletes your battery fully. There are certain states of charge where you can get a battery too, and it's unable to pick up charge again. Yeah. So I would say do not azima someone your battery. Buy your own. Buy your own. Call Dell Battery. They're going to deliver. They're going to come with actually a battery diagnostic tool, which and they're going to be able to check for you, does your car have a battery charging issue? Is your alternator faulty? And they're going to tell you, we actually will not sell you this battery that we brought. You go fix your alternator. Your battery is okay, only that the state of charge has gone down. So a faulty alternator will affect the battery. Ideally, it has already affected the car because it's part of the car. So it will affect the battery. You may find, and a faulty alternator does not mean only an alternator that is not charging. It can be an alternator that is overcharging. Overcharging also affects batteries negatively. It basically pumps them, just like those fake phone chargers that make our phones heat up
to 104%.
Yeah. It's the same thing that happens to your car battery.
So does your battery bulge?
It heats up to the point of bulging and losing the electrolyte inside, the acid inside. Then under charging, you may find that your alternator is not charging effectively, so it's constantly undercharging your battery. Like we said, a battery that is not at 100% state of charge constantly will start sulfating. So you're using your car, but your battery is dying and you do not know. And one of the things that we normally see are these guys who go and fit in, music systems in their vehicles. So you have a Vitz, you've put in big speakers, all that.
Naitwa debe. Funga debe.
Yeah, mefunga debe. Then you say, so that I can park and chill and listen to music longer, I'm going to fit in a bigger battery. So they go and dismantle the battery tray, fit in a battery that is meant for an SUV. The one thing they do not do, most of them, is that they also do not change the alternator. If you do not, every alternator is designed to charge a specific battery. So if you do that, that alternator will never fill up that bigger battery. So that battery will start sulfating, similar to just parking your car and leaving it.
You've raised something that is very critical. Your vehicle comes with standard music system. You decided to funga debe and everything is in there that then draws more power from your battery. What's the advice? Because me nataka debe anyway. How do you go about it? So is it to a point where then if I'm buying a new battery and umekuja umepata niko na debe, then the advice would be perhaps for you to get maximum performance, you need to change your alternator to compensate for what it is you're losing because of the debe that you have.
So if you are upgrading your music system, you're basically modifying your car. Those are mods. So if you're doing mods, do mods for everything, even the power systems of the car, which is the alternator. Improve it to be able to offer a charging current that is going to match this new battery that you want to fit in.
Okay, so last one. How do you know when it's time to call 1-800 dial a battery? How do you know when it's time to dial a battery for you to get a new one? What are the signs or symptoms of its time?
Unfortunately for older cars, most of the times it's died on you. You're in charge. You got there. When you leave, it won't switch on.
And it's raining.
However, for modern cars, there are signs and symptoms. For example, a car with start-stop technology, the battery, most of them come fitted with a battery management system. And this battery management system, like I said, is constantly pinging this battery. So it's able to tell you the state of health and the state of charge. When the state of health gets to a low percentage, something like 50%, it's time for you to change your battery, because it will also restrict some of the things that you were previously enjoying in this car. Yeah. So those are some of the symptoms that you'd look at. It's reduced the time it gives you for listening to music. Yeah,
my lumbar support is gone.
Yeah,
you'll notice some of these things. You're not there.
Yeah. The moment at times, the moment you start noticing some of the vehicle electronics have started misbehaving, get someone to test the battery for you.
Okay.
Yeah. And we actually do free battery testing across all our branches in the country. So you can always pull up into a chloride exide outlet. We are going to service the battery for you. We are going to tell you whether your charging system is working okay. And it's all done for free.
Fantastic. Yeah. What's that number again that we can call?
0719
080 000.
Fantastic. Yeah. Charles Ngare is the General Manager, Chloride Exide, has been with us this morning, just going through a lot of these things, refreshing our memory, refreshing our minds about what we can do to power up our journey. Thank you for being here this morning. Asante sana. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for being in the Situation Room this Thursday. It's 10 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Normal operations were disrupted at the Bungoma County Governor's office after security personnel guarding the offices closed the main gate and prevented workers from coming in, complaining that they had not been paid their salaries for 8 months. Led by Martin Waswa, the gatekeepers said they were going through a difficult life due to the delay in payments, while criticizing the county government for not taking immediate action to resolve the matter.
Tunatai pesa mshahara ya miezi 8 ambapo tumeishi hiyo miezi 8 bila kulipwa kitu chochote, ambapo tumeishi katika maisha tuni, hata watoto waendi shule, kila kitu haifanyiki. Tumeamua hata wengine tuko katika rental houses ambapo wamefungiwa, wako nje, na katika hiyo hali wakati tunaitisha pesa, hata si ajabu kuna mwenzetu alikuwa anaitisha pesa lakini akashikwa akawekwa ndani kwa kutai pesa.
They have threatened to continue to paralyze operations at the offices if their debts are not paid, saying it is unfortunate that they continue to guard valuable assets while they have not received their dues.
Finance iko hapa na gavana wetu anapatikana mahali hapa. Hiyo imefanya sisi tukuje mahali hapa ili ya kwamba tukaweke vililio vyetu hapa kwa baba wetu ambaye ni gavana, ya kwamba atulipe mshahara wetu kwa wakati, maana hata mshahara yenyewe tunalinda mali ya serikali ya pesa mingi sana, lakini mshahara ni tuni. Tunalipwa shilingi 6,500 na kwa hiyo 6,500 haitufikii kwa wakati. Ukienda upande wa SHA wanasema wanatulipia SHA, hawatulipii SHA yenyewe.
Women leaders in Trans Nzoia County have urged Kenyans to continue to maintain peace and unity to provide a conducive environment for economic growth and the implementation of development projects in the country. The leaders, led by former nominated ward representative Naomi Okulu, have called on President William Ruto to visit Trans Nzoia County, explaining that his visit has been postponed several times despite the citizens having high expectations of receiving more development through national projects.
Sisi hapa ni omorembe. Omorembe ni peace and peace and peace and development. Sisi kama county number 26, we want the president here like yesterday and we believe tufanye maendeleo hapa Trans Nzoia. Sisi kama Omogusi hapa tuko tayari, and I can tell you ataki kuvunja something, the presidency of 2 term. Every president has gone 2 years since 2010.